Now I'll call today's meeting to order. As always, I humbly acknowledge that land in which you live, learn, work, and play is Treaty 8 territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. And before we adopt today's agenda, if there's anyone who wishes to serve motion, for those who wish to serve motion, please press your microphone button. And the first motion is myself. I, Mayor Sandy Bowman, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the June 28, 2022 council meeting, that administration be directed to investigate and bring forward a bylaw or bylaw amendments to allow for hookah lounges in the regional municipality of Buffalo. If someone, Councilor Boussier.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I, Councillor Lance Boussier, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the June 28th, 2022 council meeting. Whereas at the council meeting on December 14th, 2021, council approved the fees, rates, and charges 2021 bylaw 21-019, amending municipal fees commencing April 1st, 2022. And whereas council has been informed that in case of at least one set of comparable residential townhouse homes where water services were provided by large-sized pipes, while lower water rates would result, they would be accompanied by significantly much higher sewage 5-time rates. And whereas utility rates are reviewed annually along with all municipal fees, rates, and charges, with such a review next expected in Q4 2022. Be it resolved that administration review water and sanitary utility rates differentials to determine if there are inequities in the current fee structures, and if so, to provide council with options and recommendations on how to address any such utility rate differentials, which such report to be provided not later than July 12, 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, Councillor Alan Grandison, serve notice of my intent to bring forward the following motion for council's consideration at the June 28, 2022 council meeting. Whereas at the council meeting on February 3rd, 2022, council passed a resolution directing that the CEO bring forward a scope of work for council's consideration to undertake an organizational review with the findings brought to council directly. And whereas on March 8th, 2022, council rescinded the February 3rd, 2022 resolution and replaced it with a resolution directing the CEO to conduct a full third-party organizational review with the findings to be presented through the CEO to council. And whereas council would like to undertake this review as soon as possible, be it resolved that council rescind and replace a portion of the March 8th, 2022 resolution relating to the organizational review, and direct that administration bring forward for council's consideration as soon as possible a scope of work for a full third-party independent organizational review with finding results of the review presented to council directly.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Can someone make the motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Are there any amendments to the agenda? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's all in favor. That's carried unanimously. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? I'm hearing none. Can someone make that motion? Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that the recommendations contained in items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 be approved.
Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
And a call for a vote. All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And our proclamation this week, we have Pride Week upon us, whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo is committed to building a welcoming and inclusive community for all. And whereas every single resident of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo has a right to have equal access to services, employment, and facilities without discrimination, harassment, or abuse. And whereas the 2SL LGBTQIAAPP+ community has fought tirelessly for equality and inclusivity. And whereas the Region Municipality of Buffalo is proud of the meaningful contributions individuals within the 2SL LGBTQIAAPP+ community make to the region. And whereas the Pride YMM provides a public demonstration of the region's values of equity and inclusion, where all residents can enjoy and celebrate who they are in a safe and welcoming environment. Now therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Region Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim June 17th to 25th, 2022 as Pride Week. And Canadian Multiculturalism Day, whereas in 1971, the federal government stated that Canada would embrace a policy of multiculturalism, and whereas in 1982, the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms recognized multiculturalism under Section 27, and whereas Canada became the first country with a national multiculturalism law in July 1988 when it passed the Canadian Multiculturalism Act. And whereas the Government of Canada enacted this legislation to reflect the changing reality of Canada's ethnic and racial diversity. And whereas on November 13, 2002, the Government of Canada declared June 27th to be the annual date for Canadian Multiculturalism Day. Whereas the Canadian Multiculturalism Act acknowledged multiculturalism as a fundamental characteristic of Canadian society and one that plays a vital role in shaping Canada's future. And whereas the Canadian Multiculturalism Act affirms that individuals have the right to preserve and share their cultural heritage while retaining their right to full equitable participation in Canadian society. Now therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim the 27th of June, 2022 as Canadian Multiculturalism Day. Moving on to item 5.1, the public hearing, the bylaw number 22/006. I hereby declare the public hearing open. A public hearing is a legislative process in making a decision on a proposed recommendation. Council can only consider information received through this hearing. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community and Protective Services, to provide an introduction and opening statement.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. With me is Caitlin Hanley from Municipal Legal Services. We are here to present the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006. On March 8th, 2022, Council passed the following motion: that by May 10th, 2022, administration be directed to conduct a review of taxi rates, taking into consideration any changes to the cost of operating taxi services in the rural and urban service areas. And that administration conduct a review of the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 13001 and host stakeholder engagement sessions that include the public, the taxi industry, tourism, and the Chamber of Commerce, and that feedback be considered for inclusion in any amendments to the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw. First reading of the updated Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006 occurred on May 10th. The Vehicle for Hire Bylaw has been modernized to support industry sustainability and provide increased clarity for drivers and passengers. Regulation changes include setting a maximum metered rate to allow brokerages to determine their rates and allow drivers to negotiate flat rates with the passenger. Introducing the transportation network companies, which are rideshare-like services. Adding designated driver services, enhancing criminal record standards, and adding penalties for passengers who evade payment or require biohazard cleanup. The regional municipality of Wood Buffalo has consistently had the highest fares in the province. Benchmarking with other regions shows that although our bylaw was established in 2013 and fares were updated in 2014, we are still higher than new bylaws that were introduced over the last several years. Aside from looking at the rate, it's important to note the distance measured for the calculation. For comparison, a 10-kilometer trip in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo under the fee structure in Bylaw 13001 would be $22.93. That same distance in Edmonton would be $18.21, and in Calgary it would be $20.97. Red Deer sets a minimum rate of $3.20 for the first 92 meters, and Grand Prairie operates with an open market, not setting either a minimum or maximum rate. The Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006 proposes a maximum metered rate, which, if used, would have a 10-kilometer trip costing $33.70. Extensive public engagement was completed in 2019. Key findings included rates and fees, trust and safety, customer service, and ride sharing. Brokerages were engaged at that time to discuss concerns and to share ideas for improvement to the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw. This included better communication, training, and education and enforcement. Re-engagement occurred from May 4th to June 3rd, 2022, and reaffirmed that the engagement previously carried out accurately captured and still reflected public sentiment on the issue. The proposed bylaw changes were shared with the public and stakeholders, along with an opportunity to participate in virtual or in-person engagement sessions. There were 60 virtual and one-on-one participants and 50 participants in the open house. As well, 28 taxi drivers were engaged in conversation about the bylaw during canvassing. Nearly 2,000 people visited the engagement portal, which received 425 online submissions through the poll and survey. Uber Canada contacted administration to explore the possibility of providing additional transportation options in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Uber noted that the What We Heard report had 86% of respondents interested in using ride-sharing platforms that provided feedback on the proposed Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006. The engagement results confirmed that what we heard in 2019 was still relevant. The Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006 builds on the feedback gathered during public engagement sessions, and this includes consumers want options. They want to see modernized services in the region. Trust and safety remains a priority. Participants agreed with enhancing the criminal record checks. Customer service is important. Respondents would like a heightened sense of professionalism in the industry. Many drivers and brokerages were in favor of having more control over their rates to keep their business sustainable. This includes both flexibility within the metered rate and the option for a flat rate fare. Enforcement continues to be a concern for drivers and brokerages who felt it was either selective or unavailable to them. Participants support the accessibility fees being waived in the bylaw, as not having the $500 fee could attract more accessible vehicles. The fare structure in the proposed vehicle for hire bylaw is intended to allow for the brokerages and independent operators to manage their business as they see fit. This includes setting their rates to be competitive with transportation network companies as the industry changes to meet the needs of consumers. The rates in the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006 allow for either taxi meter rate pricing in accordance with Section 2 or flat rate pricing in accordance with Section 3. This model creates more flexibility for passengers, drivers, and companies. The Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006 allows for more options for consumers. The addition of transportation network vehicles and designated drivers modernizes the bylaw to align with industry standards. All transportation network companies and rideshare services are regulated by both the province and municipality. These companies would be required to get a brokerage license from the municipality in order to operate in the region. This chart identifies what is required for the different vehicle for hire types proposed in the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006. Safety of passengers is of the utmost importance. With the addition of transportation network vehicles, a requirement to have both a vehicle for hire license and a chauffeur permit for rideshare services has been included. In the proposed bylaw 22006, cameras and meters are only required for taxis. However, after completion of engagement, we heard from public and taxi brokerages that requiring a camera in TNC vehicles should be considered for consistency. The Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006 is moving in a direction to be inclusive of the whole industry and allowing flexibility for changes in business models and other trends while maintaining safety and availability for customers. Having a fair competition and open innovation provides support for the model, which sets a maximum metered rate and will provide flexibility for passengers, drivers, and companies. The licensing and governing of the vehicle for hire industry is in place to ensure it operates in a safe, predictable, and straightforward manner. If the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006 is passed, an amendment to the committee's bylaw to include a Vehicle for Hire committee will be brought forward for council's consideration. The committee would include stakeholders and representatives from the vehicle for hire industry who can discuss current and emerging issues, opportunities, and proposed solutions affecting the industry and public interests. Administration would like to put forward several second reading amendments for council's consideration based on review of stakeholder feedback. If acceptable, administration has made copies of the proposed amendments for council, and these can be distributed to you. The amendments being proposed include amending Section 5 to broaden the scope to allow for programs like Drive Happiness to be excluded from the bylaw. Amending Sections 16 and 17, which would require a vehicle inspection every 12 months rather than every 6 months. Amending Section 74, which would require a brokerage to maintain a physical place of doing business in the region. Amending Section 36A to remove the size requirements for transportation network vehicle decals. Amending Section 30, which would require a transportation network vehicle be equipped with a camera. And finally, amending Section 23 to allow handheld electronic devices to be used by drivers as long as they comply with the Traffic Safety Act. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. Can you clarify more, explain how the fee structure would work in this new bylaw?
Through the chair, to the chair. So is that related to the fares in the
Yes.
taxi?
Yeah, the fares and the taxis, yes, please.
So the proposed bylaw is suggesting that there is only a maximum meter rate, which would be $5. So the brokerage or driver would have the ability to set their own rate to compete with the market. So if they wanted to do $3.60 or $2, it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't exceed the $5. And the rates also would need to be verified with Bylaw services. So there's actually a check that happens. It's very quick, but they just come and do a meter check and then set it.
Okay, so the bylaw would have to change that on the meter for them, or they'd have to approve it?
Through the chair, to the chair, they have that ability in this bylaw to flex their schedule. And they also have the addition of flat rates. So if a passenger was getting in and they say I'm going to the airport, they could say, okay, it's $20 and it's a flat rate. That would all be negotiated up front.
Okay, thank you. Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. I guess the question I have is there any historical data? I know that at one point at the Transportation Committee, we had a standing taxi commission. And I don't know if that's still on the go, but just for the public. This was a heated apple, and I would go back to 14. And I'm just wondering, how often do we meet with the I guess the operators are one thing, but the biggest population are the drivers. And I believe we had a committee that worked to get us to this point. When was the last time we met the owners? You know, that could give us a bit of history here today, if you will.
So through the chair to Councillor McGrath, there was a taxi advisory committee in the past, and I believe it was disbanded in 2018. And so in this bylaw, we're proposing that a vehicle for hire committee is stood up, and it's a council committee, and it would include representatives from council and representatives from the taxi industry, the business industry, and just the public who use the service.
So when you said the committee was disbanded, who disbanded the committee?
Councillor McGrath, through the chair. I'm not 100% clear on who disbanded it, but I believe it happened when there was some reorganization under a couple of CAOs ago. One of the challenges with, as I understand it, with the Taxi Advisory Committee is that it was an administrative level advisory committee. So it would make recommendations to the Chief Taxi Inspector. And one of the challenges, I think, became that there wasn't a lot of attendance. And so they were finding, at least at an administrative level, it was perceived that there wasn't a lot of value in it anymore. So, you know, it's probably timely that Councillor Banjoko proposed her motion to reconsider what a taxi advisory committee looks like. And that's why when we come back in 2 weeks before council, Deanne will be recommending an actual council committee that will give these folks, you know, a feeling like they have a voice directly to you, the elected officials who make the decisions.
I sure appreciate the bit of history. Basically, the last time we met is when we had some internal changes and we had some external changes, and the Taxi Commission was pretty well, I think, disbarred itself. It wasn't the city's problem. It was because we sat on the committee, and I think it was doing some good work, and I believe that's why we're here today. So appreciate the intel. We did have a working committee, and I hope that we can get past this and do what's right for the community. And one last question, through the chair, if I may. I get confused because when I get at the airport, we have branded cabs, we have some branded chauffeur vehicles that go to site, but then we have other cab colors or chauffeur colors from other centers that just are here for a week and then they're gone. So I don't know how tightly it's policed, but imagine it's like most else, unless it's, I guess we stand in committee. But to be fair to the people who live here, I see a Suburban, for example, that comes to the airport and is here for a couple of weeks, does the runs, and then they're off. So I believe you're going down the right road, because it's something that needs a revisit. And if I ran a business in the last few years, I guess escalation, if they haven't got escalation, but what I hear tonight, I just want to be clear that a driver would have a liability to charge $2.60 sit-in rate, or the next guy might charge $4.60 sit-in rate, as long as it don't go over $5. Well, that's going to be a lot to manage too. But I appreciate the intel, and so we can go on and make this one solid for the drivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Dogar?
To the chair, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I have some experience of this industry. First of all, thank you to the Councillor Banjoko for bringing it on the table after 9 years. There was no concern from the municipality for about 8-9 years, and feel very sad about it. It is one of the most important industry of the community. Deals with 100% people, starting from an old man, senior citizen, to a young man, to a child, to a lady, to a sick man. Everybody needs taxi sooner or later, and people do provide these services. I do acknowledge the community services of the taxi drivers. At times they give free rides at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, minus 40 degrees, somebody's broke and somebody's around a casino or around the bars. They give free ride either to their house or to the nearest safe place. And I know one of my friends, he brought a customer from Wood Buffalo, the locality which cost about $25 one way. The moment the lady reaches there, he said, "Oh, I lost my wallet. I forgot my wallet in my house, and let's go back." She said, "Madam, you don't go back. If you go back, you lose $50 second fare, which I bring. So you take my visa, do the shopping, and then you can refund me at your house the way you feel better." And there are many, I have myself many times going to the
Sir, Councilor Dogar, do you have a question for Deanne?
No, let me acknowledge, sir, the contributions of this service. So we, on one side, we have ignored them for 8 to 9 years, and the other side see their contributions. And about this bylaw, if I understood something, I feel that, the amount, it has given a wide range of 30%. Probably it is not good. There should be fixed rates.
Sorry, Councilor
Because,
Dogar, this is the public hearing portion,
yes,
so we're not making any changes or amendments at all. This is just speaking to the public hearing. If Jade, you could speak to the process, please.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair to council and Councillor Dogar. We're currently in a public hearing process, and in accordance with our procedure bylaw, council may ask speakers questions and relevant questions to the bylaw that's before them.
okay, fine.
But you can't comment or engage in debate or state opinions on the matter until we close the public hearing and we move into consideration of second reading.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam, one thing I asked the officials in the department, are you people keeping a track of the companies, how much tickets they get it, how much accidents they have it? Certainly depends I have few experiences that certain companies are highly professional. These others may not be. The others which are non-professional or less professional may cut down their rates. Professional companies have supervisors, additional supervisors. Do you keep some record of the number of accidents, number of tickets, number of inspections at your end?
So, Councillor Dogar, we do have records of, in the legal department, of the violation tickets that we lay for non-compliance with the bylaw. And if, in that instance, in some cases, they will be levied against a brokerage. In other cases, they might be issued to a driver. We don't specifically track accidents that drivers are in unless it's a particular bylaw infraction that occurs. And I think as per other bylaws, typically this is enforced on a complaints basis. So usually it would be a passenger who might call and complain. And as a result, the bylaw enforcement officers will investigate. They're able to pull the footage from the camera often to determine whether or not the allegation is substantiated or not. So there are lots of instances where, in fact, the cameras have aided the drivers by showing that, the allegations were not entirely as they initially seemed. So to some extent, yes. And in addition, under the bylaw, brokerages are required to keep certain records. That would include, this is under the current bylaw and also the bylaw that's being proposed. That would include their drivers, lists of their drivers. Through the licensing and permitting process, we're able to obtain that information. And the bylaw also gives the chief taxi inspector the authority to request that information from the brokerage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Deanne, for the presentation. Can you please explain how the bylaw is enhancing criminal record standards?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So there is a criminal record check required now in the Vehicle for Hire bylaw. What has been cleared up in the Vehicle for Hire bylaw 22006 is there's a time frame. So it wasn't clear in the previous bylaw, but now we can look back 10 years at the criminal record.
So if, say, the driver's only been in Canada for 4 years, what do you do? What's the process?
Unfortunately, Councillor Stroud, in that instance, we don't really have any ability to check their record in other countries. So it certainly, is a bit of a hole that we're really not able to fill. The current bylaw, though, does have a continuing obligation to notify the municipality and the chief taxi inspector if a driver is charged. And in that instance, once the chief taxi inspector is notified of that, the bylaw provision is triggered, and depending on the nature of the crime, the vehicle for hire or chauffeur permit in this case will be suspended.
Okay, and I noticed the cleaning surcharge. So who is responsible for the payment of the cleanup?
The driver, Councillor Stroud, through the chair, is typically responsible for cleaning up their taxi when there's a mess made by the passenger. And under the previous bylaw, there wasn't a mechanism for the drivers to recoup the expenses from the passengers. So this new bylaw includes a provision that will allow the drivers to charge the passenger $200 for cleaning up the cab.
How is that enforced?
So through the chair to Councillor Stroud, that would be enforced the same way that everything else in the bylaw is currently enforced, which is often complaints-based. So what would happen is a driver could contact the Pulse line and the bylaw office and complain that an individual made a mess in their taxi in contravention of the bylaw, refused to pay the $200. And the bylaw services department in that instance would likely pull the video, watch the video, and determine if there is sufficient indicia to lay a violation ticket.
Okay. Thank you. Just one more question. So within this bylaw, is the chief of bylaw services and the chief taxi inspector the same person?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. No, in this case it isn't. So it could be if the CO wanted to appoint the same person into both of those positions. But currently it's Sabrina Caterini that is our chief taxi inspector, and it's Deanne Berge that is our chief bylaw officer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Bussier?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Deanne. Just two questions. Can you explain a little bit more on the open market in Grand Prairie and Red Deer, how it actually works?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. So I'll start with Grand Prairie. So Grand Prairie has deregulated the industry. So they have no minimum or maximum. The actual taxi brokerages define what the rates are going to be. So it's a competitive market there. They know if they're doing flat rates, and if one company is charging $50, the other company might be charging $45. So it's really up to the consumer to choose who they want to use. And in Red Deer, they've done the opposite of us. So they've just controlled the minimum, and we've chosen to control the maximum. So we're saying it can't go over $5, and here's how it plays out, and it gives the per meter rate. And in Red Deer, they say here's the minimum, and you go with what the maximum might be. So again, the industry actually controls what the rates are.
Okay, so in Fort McMurray, the only thing the municipality is going to charge is the maximum they can open the fare as $5.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that's correct. We're saying that no fee can be over a $5 if it's going to be a metered rate. If they choose to do a set fare, then we're not actually dictating what that has to be.
Okay, currently we set the limit on both the starting fare and per kilometer charge?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that's correct.
Okay. Just the last question for now. Is there any other industry or profession where the municipality or the city sets fees? Like I know they don't with legal or real estate. Is the taxi industry the only one?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that's an interesting question, actually. And in our research of what other municipalities and regions have done with taxis, it's one of the most regulated industries everywhere. And so what we saw is that in Canada and other countries, they're actually looking at changing that model to allow for that industry to create their own business model. So it is heavily regulated, and it was really the intention around passenger safety, to make sure that there wasn't any price gouging. And then when other like Uber and Lyft and other transportation options like that came in, it changed the market a lot. So it's modernized it in that way that to allow the industry to run its own costing. And then the consumer, through word of mouth, through social media, whatever it is, it won't take long for it to straighten out if someone is gouging.
So then if, you call it transportation network, were to come to Fort McMurray, we would not say what they can charge?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier. So with a transportation network company, what happens at the very beginning of that is there's an app, and the rider knows before they even see the cab how much they're going to pay. So it's a flat rate that's kind of worked in the background, but the consumer knows instantly, like, oh, this is going to be $15. I'm not going to do this. Maybe they'll call a cab or do something else, but they know right up front before they even see the vehicle how much it's going to cost.
Okay, so I guess at the end of the day, the question I asked basically is probably this is the only industry where the municipality actually sets fees in some capacity.
Through the chair to Councillor Boussier, that I'm aware of, off the top of my head, it may be water and sewer, but we provide that, so it's
I was
not
just
really
looking
equivalent.
at more at a profession or
a third
industry.
party.
Okay.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
And if I could also clarify one point, Deanne had mentioned the $5 fee or rate for the first 52 meters. We also do have a rate then for each 52 meters afterwards, still in this bylaw, and it's set at a maximum, and that is 15 cents for each 52 meters after. Well, we are only telling them insofar as we're setting a max for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation, and of course the many works that have gone to what we are seeing today, many calls to clarify things. Thank you. And I also want to appreciate the second submission, the amendment because it's taking care of some of the questions that that maybe I brought up before or that we discussed. So that's great. That's gonna hopefully make the life better. So I just haven't seen anything. I'm gonna ask a hypothetical question about cameras. Why do we need camera in taxis and not in any other form of transportation?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So historically, cameras have been required in taxis for both safety of the driver and the passenger. So in preparing this bylaw, we had questions with other regions. We got together with them. Not a lot of other regions require cameras. But during our stakeholder engagement, it came up several times, both from the taxi industry, brokerages, and the public, that they feel safer when there's a taxi or when there's a camera in the taxi.
Yes. So am I hearing that that could form part of the amendment if we ask?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that's correct. We've put forward a second reading amendment that would include a camera in transportation network vehicles, which would level the playing field for requirements between taxis and transportation network vehicles.
Thank you. And I noticed the fees for operators in Fort Chipewyan increased significantly in comparison with the city. Why is that?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, there is one, as far as I'm aware, one vehicle for hire and one chauffeur operating in Fort Chip. And I don't believe that the rates have changed significantly. So there was some consultation done with that individual to get a better understanding of what those costs looked like. And it was determined that they operate under a bit of a different model, where typically the driver just charges a flat rate regardless of where in Fort Chip you want to go. Okay. And so for that reason, it was determined that a maximum amount of $10 would allow him to operate that way. So he's actually subject to the same, or any driver that would operate in Fort Chip is now subject to the same schedule, and they'll just do it as a flat rate fare. So if that individual chose to charge $10 or $15, as long as it's communicated up front, the passenger and driver both understand what the agreement is, then he'll be operating in compliance with the bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Then with talking about the intent and focus of this whole exercise, I believe that we are trying to take up, ensuring safety of our citizens and competitiveness, at the same time wanting to take advantage of the current trend in public transportation worldwide. So I'm wondering how we are going to be able to carry along the other private sectors, one, and is there any plan and how we are going to be able to encourage and get more players to this space in a healthy way? That's one question. The second question is how we are also still going to ensure that the taxi services, the taxi industry doesn't disappear because they have their own unique place. There are some 20%, whatever percentage of people who will still prefer to see a marked taxi, a taxi that I can call my daughter and say, yellow cab 008, just in case anything, something like that for the seniors and older folks or people who are a bit more conservative. How are we going to, what is the plan for colorization? Is this going to remain the same or is there anything to come?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, there was a lot going on there. So I will try to answer them and you can clarify. Going back to, do we think that the industry is going to change? And I think what you meant by that is, do we think that transportation network companies are interested in doing business here? Was that your question?
I'm not really looking to I'm not thinking of the biggest players like Uber and all that. We have some local residents who have shown interest. So how are we going to get them into the stream of things. But I just wanted to know if there are plans, and
Okay.
then also at the same time, the taxi industry, how is it going to be like?
So through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, to answer the first question, so our intention would be if this bylaw passes, we will get communications out right away. We've had some inquiries in about people that want to do transportation network companies and actually have apps prepared, and those are local individuals. So I believe if this bylaw passed that, you know, as soon as tomorrow or maybe next week, people will be coming into Bylaw Services. So we will do our very best to work closely with those individuals to get that business up and running in accordance with the bylaw. And then for the second piece about the taxi industry, what I want to say here is we're not breaking new ground. This has been done in many other communities. We've looked closely at best practices that have happened in other regions in our province. So nothing here is really wild and new. This is just based on best practices. And in those communities, the taxi industry is still working. It's a different business model. I understand that there's big changes, and we'll work closely with both the taxi industry and those that might want to start transportation network companies to make sure that they're finding this easy, and we're doing the best that we can for the residents that use the service.
Okay. And finally, the bylaw ending with 007. If we are going ahead with if we are going to be going ahead or no? Can I ask a question about that now? Not yet?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so that is not part of the public hearing. That bylaw would be brought forward separately following closing of the public hearing. You may consider asking a question as to how the fees are separated out in the two bylaws. That may be appropriate to ask during the public hearing.
Okay.
Thank you. So
thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So there is another bylaw that's coming forward with fees and rate, and that's directly related to the licensing and permitting that's required. So inside of the vehicle for hire bylaw 22006, the only thing that's regulated is the rates. And the intention of that is here's the maximum. So the other fees for chauffeur permits and things like that will come after the public hearing in 22007.
Okay, thank you. So if everything goes well, the 006 can take off, the meter rate and changes can take off.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. And I have a question, Deanna. During your public engagement, what was the majority of the public, what was their feedback, what was the main feedback you got from the public?
Through the chair to the chair, the main feedback that we heard was that people wanted change. They wanted the industry to be more modernized, and they wanted the ability to make that choice through services like transportation network companies. So they wanted to have the option.
Okay, and as I travel around the province and around a lot of the taxi professionals are the ones driving the ride share. So what was also your major feedback from the taxi professionals that drive our taxis?
Through the chair to the chair, I believe the feedback was really around there was some clarification that was required, because this is a large change to the industry, but it doesn't mean that the industry is going to end tomorrow. So having that ability to flex their rates has never happened before. They've always been dictated to them from the municipality. So that's a big change. And going forward, I think there'll still be lots of questions around that. So Bylaw Services will look to do education just to ensure that everyone's on side and understands how the bylaw works.
Super, thank you. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, to the chair. I want to ask you one question. $200, which you said if the vehicle becomes dirty, ma'am, mostly people do not have it, drunk people. What is the remedy for that? This is question number one. The other question is also related to that, and that is that certain accidents take place and people are hit. One of my friends had 5 hits of dagger on his face, and sometimes fell in the ditch also. You people have some provision to help that driver, or the asking brokerage some sharing of responsibilities to help the drivers. Normally what has happened so far, straight away he's asked to approach RCMP and he's at his own. So once we pay $500 annually, there should be some help from the municipality also. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar. I think you're right that it's possible a passenger might not have the $200, and so they would be non-compliant with the bylaw. So certainly bylaw services in that instance would be able to issue a violation ticket. The other option may be to consider, and bylaw services might be able to facilitate this with some of the brokerages. They might consider an invoicing process where they give the driver or the passenger the ability to pay, by a specified period of time. The bylaw doesn't disallow those type of arrangements to happen. In regards to your second question about a driver being assaulted by a passenger, that's something that we take really seriously. The bylaw would allow the brokerage or the driver to refuse to provide service to that individual in the future. But insofar as dealing with the assault goes, it's really a matter for the criminal justice system to deal with. So we do help facilitate that process by requiring that the video footage of the cameras be provided, and then that can be used as evidence in a prosecution by the provincial prosecutor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. And just to clarify on Councillor Dogar's question, so the passenger doesn't pay the $200 fee and they leave a mess in the taxi. Bylaw issues a fine of $200 to the individual. Does then the RMWB write a check to the taxi driver? Or how does the taxi driver recoup that $200?
Unfortunately, that is something that is a little bit out of our control. And it's similar to what might happen in instances where you make an arrangement to have somebody clean your house and you don't pay them. The municipality, the best we're able to do in this instance is to issue the violation ticket. And unfortunately, those funds, they don't go to the driver in that instance.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Just from a clarity point of view, when we talked earlier about criminal record checks, are chauffeur drivers required to get vulnerable person checks? Okay, that's all I needed clarity on.
Sorry, through the chair, the answer to that question is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. I believe in the conversations this evening, maybe I'm a bit slow, forgive me, but this is like this is not a norm. We actually get into the guts producing the rates. This is what I heard is not, it's not a, like from municipality to municipality, we're the one of the few that set the rates, is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, it's really split in Alberta. There are some jurisdictions that are very prescriptive and set very specific rates, and there are others that go the opposite direction and don't set any rates at all.
So why do we feel that we have to dictate what the drivers or the companies charging people? I get that we need safe drivers, we need background checks, we get service, chauffeur's permit. I've been there, and I've been with some of them brothers and sisters back in the 80s. But I'm just wondering, why are we taking our time, administration's time, to incorporate a rate that we're not mandated by Municipal Government Act to bring in? I have to set a rate for the RRC because it's taxpayers. But we're talking about a service to our citizens that's independent of anybody here. The only thing that we do is to make sure that our roads are safe through what you set out. So your rates for permits and chauffeurs, stuff like that, sure. But I don't know why we spend all this time talking about rates when we're not affected by the rates. Our citizens are. They choose to take the cab, just like they did in the 80s. So my question is, why do we feel the need to get into the rates when they don't articulate our way forward? Is there a yearn from administration to bring this forward? That's what I don't get, because this just creates animosity between one company and our residents. And I thought we were putting these chairs to try to streamline stuff. So what I hear this evening is a deep dive what I heard 6 years ago. We got to get out of the business of managing people's business. That's my take. So I can't support the bylaw, but that'll come to a different. My question is, why
Just,
do we?
Councillor Grath, just to
So
go
my
back
question
just to
is,
the public hearing.
what constitutes this coming before council this evening?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, the intention really behind the regulation or deregulation of the rates is to allow the industry to choose their own rates. So they have that scale between $0 and $5 or the option of a flat rate. So administration just looked across what happens across Alberta. We're bringing forward for your consideration what we considered best practices. Whether we choose to regulate or deregulate the fees completely, that's up to council.
Yeah, because I feel if I regulate a rate, I'm telling these guys how to run their business. And nobody knew 14 months ago that these guys would be paying over $2 for a liter of gas. So we'll save that for the back. I just wanted, the question was, and it was over in my, why did this come in front of council? It's because administration is bringing it into council, basically.
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath. So this is coming to council because the bylaw that is already in place, it has really prescriptive rates. So it already says you must charge X. You can't charge Y, you can't charge Z. We're going to tell you what you're going to charge. And it's been in force since 2013. And those rates have not changed. They changed once, I believe, at the end of 2013. And as you pointed out, the industry feels and the drivers feel like they can't make a living anymore at those rates because of the cost of gas. So Councillor Banjoko tabled a motion and it was passed by council requiring us to undertake this review and bring it back. So that's what we're doing tonight. We chose the route of partial deregulation. So we wanted to, kind of pick a midway point to protect the public from price gouging, but to let the drivers and the brokerages set their own rates. Now, if you didn't like that model, one option for you to consider might be a second reading amendment that completely removes Schedule B from the bylaw, which would deregulate the rates entirely. So that's one way to go. Our current bylaw that is in force is very, very prescriptive and takes the opposite approach. This one takes more of a midpoint approach.
I appreciate it. I guess the final question is, how many infractions were there in the operating year of 2021? How many bylaw infractions was there of people abusing the rate that was set? How many meters were checked? I'm willing to bet there wasn't a whole lot of energy put into it until these public gatherings.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor McGrath, I can say that through COVID, there was less enforcement that would have been done. So I don't have those exact numbers. Certainly, it's something that we could look at to provide to council in terms of the prosecutions. I know we did go to court to prosecute a number of offenses recently.
Certainly appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGrath. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Just have one more question. Do all the amendments / changes to the vehicle for hire bylaw come before council?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, yes, that's correct. All amendments have to come before council.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions of council. Do we have any written submissions?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Confirming for the record, we have received no written submissions.
And do we have anyone registered for verbal submission?
Thank you, Mayor
Jan.
Bowman. We do have a number of registered verbal submissions.
Okay, thank you. The first is Oranzab Malik. Okay. Abdi Amirzel. And just as a reminder, Abdi, you have 5 minutes to present. Following that presentation, just remain seated for a question from council.
Thanks everyone today. I'm here to represent our company locally here in Fort McMurray that provides ride-sharing services. My first key point would be safety. So YMM Rider is the company name. YMM Rider supports regulations that ensure rider and driver safety while encouraging consumer choice, innovation, and increased economic opportunity in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Our goal is keeping people mobile. Our vision is to create safe, efficient, fast, and easy-to-use service for everyone, everywhere within the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Give riders more control over their time and money. Create platform for innovation, deeper engagement. Ride sharing for money reasons has liberated people. For example, if someone is unable to easily get to the bus station or their favorite restaurant, they may decide not to make that trip at all. Ride sharing has the benefit of being able to transport people to and from anywhere, anytime, at a very reasonable price. It keeps people mobile. That maintains the flow of people from place to place as people meet with and connect with each other. They become more tolerant, less isolated. One could easily describe ride sharing as the great social dispersion agent of the decade. How is ride sharing different from traditional ways of transporting passengers? There are many forms of ride sharing. YMM Rider, for example, is just like an alternative transportation services. It allows drivers who are going to destination anywhere to take someone with them without the high price of public transport. Ride sharing has changed the world in many ways. Many people have become liberated, and they have created a friendship symbol through ride sharing that they have shared together. It's safe and more affordable than means of traditional transportation in our region. All the signs point towards ride sharing continuing to grow in popularity as it makes further inroads into the mainstream. There's a strong chance that this will become the way to traveling going forward. There's a few things that I would like to touch base on the current proposed bylaw. One would be the color scheme. I believe that the vehicle color scheme that we have in place should probably be deregulated completely due to the fact that it does not provide any benefit or extra safety measure to the public, nor to individual taxi/shuttle services owners, except unnecessary cost that restricts potential investors from providing essential transportation services to our community. If an individual, an investor, buys a vehicle that's brand new, which is black, white, red, blue, they can't use that vehicle because it has already been assigned to a different company or a different brokerage. That color scheme already, so the only option that individual or that investor may have is to spend thousands of dollars to change the color of that vehicle. An example, the second largest and the busiest city in North America, New York, has one color scheme for all taxi cabs. I believe that any company should use the color they want to drive to use as long as it shows company name, logo, and it clearly specifies on the outside of the vehicle. Second thing I would like to touch base on the current proposed bylaw is vehicle permit / brokerage license cost. The cost is $500 right now. And comparing to Grand Prairie, which is similar to our current population, costs about $105. So I like to see that being amended to be more cost effective, to attract more investors and more individual owners to go ahead and register their vehicles and provide transportation services locally. Inspection, I know that the current proposed bylaw would be 12 months, which is good news. I'm more inclined with that.
Sorry, Mr. Merzel, that's 5 minutes there.
It's been 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I wouldn't get 5 more seconds.
I'm sure we have questions here for though. Just remain seated.
Thank you.
Just hold on. Have any questions from council? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Mr. Abdi. Could you clarify your concern about color codes or branding by color? And does your company have a color code or color that you use? Because I'm a bit confused about why you don't want that.
Oops. So right now, we don't have any color scheme, but what we do have is anyone can use their own vehicle to provide that services, as long as there's decals outside the vehicle signage that clearly states our company name and logo, and that it's a transportation network vehicle. It's easily identifiable. It would be both sides of the vehicle, as well as on the back bumper of the vehicle.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Duggar?
Thank you, sir, through the chair. I agree with some of the points, and that is brokerage fees is certainly too much, $500. It may be considered after consultation of the stakeholders and may be brought down once the administration is quoting other municipalities like Red Deer, like Grand Prairie, like La Clabish, so should be made compatible to that. Secondly, the colors, yes, there could be more than one color, 2, 3 more colors, so that if a driver is not satisfied with the brokerage of one company, he might go to some other company. Presently, he has to spend upon 2 to 3 grand, rather 3 to 4 grand to change the company, which is a very, very difficult process. About the sharing scheme, you have to see this, ensure the safety of the customers. What would you do in that? So I want to ask you how better your drivers would be.
Can you repeat that, Dogger?
Okay. You see, you want to have promote sharing of the customers. So the drivers, it is more of less like Uber. Like Uber, I've driven it. The drivers are not very safe. The drivers are temporarily, coming after on the off days and coming, or after the work, maybe spending 1 or 2 hours. Is it, are they safe, or they have a training for that? These drivers are professional. They have a lot of training behind them. How do you ensure it?
Thanks, Dogger. Thanks for asking that question. It's very valid. Those drivers that would be driving for TNC would have the same qualifications as a taxi driver. So they would have Class 4 driver's license, they would have their chauffeur driver's license, as well as extensive background checks. So there wouldn't be any different from being a taxi driver, except using your own vehicle.
Would you include drivers of United and Sun also in your sharing?
Dogger, you wouldn't be able to provide TNC services in a public taxi. So no, if they're willing to join us with a different vehicle, we have no issues with that. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doggar. Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. You mentioned vehicle permit. Is that the same as brokerage fees? Is that what you were?
That's what I'm referring to. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Mr. Merzel, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ornzab Malik? And just a reminder, Orm, that there's 5 minutes to present. And also a reminder that is there any points that were made by a previous presenter? Just if you just want to agree to those points, that you won't waste time in your 5 minutes.
Right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, dear councillors and all my colleagues. I will talk on behalf of, like me, I am 3 person in one, like have a small taxi company, owner operator, and as a driver. I'm here since 2008, and I think this industry was ignored long time, but very good comeback now. So without even asking, I feel like something very good come to, and then mic is not? It's okay, yeah. Maybe I'm speaking little, okay. And everybody know when the driver is happy, it creates positive atmosphere around you. That's very, and then you can even punish if something mistake more. Yeah. Is on now? Oh, okay, sir, right. And the first thing I want to endorse, like the taxi law, the $500 is, if even you consider to have 50% of that, and then one thing you just nowadays in this our community, run away without paying fare is too much common, and I don't know what mechanism you will make to just protect driver without wasting too much time. So we have some suggestion after we can just because in this 5 minutes is hard, and something. As anybody need a driver, chauffeur, or you need a plate for something, they need a broker's license, recommendation, the letter, something. I also suggest if we can have something like whatever agreement between broker and the owner operator. Because nowadays, just making a taxi, second-hand taxi, with all systems set up, it is about $20,000 to $25,000. A small disagreement between me and broker is something, okay, take your system and go. They don't pay, they don't something. There is other taxi company, I have a lot of taxis there, and everything is gone. We cannot go any code or anything. No agreement, just everything manual or something. And bylaw can say like $200 for this, $500 for this. If you don't need a square services or something, this will you get back. This is something. So something. Owner operator should have say something like, we have no right, nothing, never, anytime. They just scratch something. So these are all other things I think is very positive. Fare increase, all the cleaning of the car and all other things. So that actually I am really happy as in my all 3 characters as an owner operator, as a driver, as a small taxi company owners. So I appreciate the changes you are bringing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I want to give you a chance to, what would be your recommendations for, you said there's a huge problem with fares not paying.
That I think it is including all taxi companies. They should make something, somewhere everybody could make complaint, because if they go run about $20 and something, they will run up all their night. So, and somebody should be in their free time. They can patch up on information, the caller's number, drop-off location, something, then somewhere whenever bylaw or somebody have time, it is a long project, but somebody can look at us. So that is, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Thank you, through the chair. Appreciate what you're saying, sir. You say you're an operator that has a few cars and you drive yourself. So what you see before you this evening, would you be better off operating your business, setting your own rates? And as long as we provide you with the logistics to support your business via permits and stuff?
I think you give opportunity for, the good competition, like.
Well, that's
maybe I am as a new or something, maybe if somebody said $5, maybe I offer $4.30 something. So this is good. set up the limit, and then this is, I think it's a good idea too.
As an owner, how many licenses do you think that's in our municipality today that are actually real?
How many cars like?
How many taxi licenses are issued today that are real?
To my company?
In 13, we were just bunkering on 1,000.
You're talking about my companies?
No, not, how
Total?
many, like, rough estimate, the business you're in, what's your competition? Is it 600 other, other licenses that you're competing against?
In our region?
Yeah.
I don't think it's 600 taxis. Total will be maybe about 300 total.
About 300?
250 or 300.
About 300?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, I just asked you the question as we deliberate this evening. Would you be better off run your business as you see fit? You're the only guy that knows the cost of your business. So is it fair for me to set your rate? Or are you better off?
As long as it is not high, increasing more than, but this is very good competition. Like if myself, I will not go more than $4.50. So that is what I plan myself. So maybe.
So just a question to help me.
Yeah.
To help you. Should we be in the business of setting your rates, or should we just stay in the business of providing the tools for you to be successful for business?
I think this industry is everywhere is controlled by cities. Sometimes it is good to somebody. There is a body like you and Bylaw and Taxes Commission, so they can always do something. Because if they don't control, sometimes it can be misused, I think.
Well, I appreciate that, sir, and I also appreciate the many times you got me home safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, sir, for the presentation and for your taking the bold step to start a business given the current climate. So how have you ensured safety of the passengers, or what is the standard you follow in getting the right drivers, and also your equipment inspection and maintenance schedule? What guides you?
First of all, like safety, because I found myself a lot of cameras and stuff are not working. That should be. Now I am introducing one camera with very like a $250, and if somebody pay $300, we will fix camera wherever driver is, like Bylaw inspection or something. Facilitate the drive. We will also see about drivers. And that camera I found, I'm using for 1 month, just experience. It's very nice, easy to operate.
Okay.
Just like you're watching TV and something. Sound is very clear, you can read, you can understand what they're talking.
Okay.
So we are ourselves, this is not only safety of passenger, sometimes the allegations. And this, like person like me, I always have something, because so many your words against my words, so that is working.
Thank you. That's
Thank you.
excellent. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. So, sir, are you in support of this bylaw? Is that your?
Yeah,
Okay.
strongly support this. Yeah.
Super.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Mohammed Abdi? Mohammed Abdi? Juliet Miranda? Julieta Miranda? And again, Juliet, just you have 5 minutes, and then
It's on?
you can actually shut it off, then turn it back on if you want, so the light's green, so everybody's happy.
All right, there you go.
There you go.
All right.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Bowman and fellow councilors. My name is Juliet Miranda, and I'm co-founder and CEO of KidDrop Inc. KidDrop is a private transportation service exclusively for kids 4 to 16 years of age. We offer door-to-door service to and from school, extracurricular activities, and custody exchanges. Our 15-passenger vehicles are equipped with a fleet tracking system and dual-facing cameras for safety and security. I launched my business at the end of 2019 with only one van, just as COVID started. With the support of our local Chamber of Commerce, Startup YMM, and Economic with Buffalo, as well as an angel investor, we've been able to grow to a fleet of 7, with two more on order for September, and purchased our very own commercial building in the heart of downtown Fort McMurray. Today, we provide transportation to 145 kids daily. Recently, both the public and Catholic school boards have decided to discontinue midday service for early entry and kindergarten students starting September. And we're already seeing a spike in registrations due to that decision. So how do these bylaws affect my business? KidDrop is classified as a shuttle, and with the proposed bylaws, like the taxi services, there's a brokerage fee of $50 to the brokerage, as well as a $500 registration per vehicle yearly, which in the taxi industry, taxi drivers pay as their owner-operator. Both these fees would have to be paid exclusively by my company, KidDrop, as we don't offer an owner-operator business model in our business. KidDrop is a scheduled service, unlike a taxi, and because our clients are strictly children, we wish to be exempt from these fees, such as the yellow school bus and private daycares who provide transportation to clients. Both businesses are provincially regulated, and so is KidDrop. We already comply with all provincial regulated mandates. I would also like to review the 10-year lifespan per fleet, for the vehicle lifespan of the fleet. There's a significant upfront cost to our business to install cameras, radios, decals, and other safety features in our units. Because this is our 3rd year in operation, we're able to better gauge our vehicle maintenance more clearly. And on average, each vehicle runs about 20,000 kilometers a year, which is very low for a transportation service. And just as a limo is exempt and is allowed to run up to a 15-year vehicle, we're asking for the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliette. Do you have any questions from council? Councilor McGrath?
Just want to say kudos, ma'am. If you're getting kids to and from school or their activities safely, good on you. And I'm sure there's a lot of parents feel the same. So good luck with your business. Final question, I guess the question I got for you. Are you okay with the way the bylaw is proposed?
I am in support of the majority of the bylaws. I do believe that the $500 per vehicle is high, and it's now shared. The more vehicles I impose into our company, the more you're going to feel that. And so I'm sympathetic to the taxi drivers that pay such a high fee yearly with seemingly low support.
Would it be fair to say that you operate on a pay-for-need service, not a metered service?
Correct. Yeah, we're pre-scheduled, we're flat rate, and it's all negotiated and paid for in advance to service.
Well, if you're getting paid for an advance, you're really running a good business.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you so much, Councillor Keith McGrath.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Manjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you so much for the presentation and for the services to the community. Really, really impressed, and also the growth. Thank you for all that you do. My question, just like to others, is the safety of the children and how, I mean, you also talked about maybe the fees is a bit high. So I wanted to know how, are all the fees covered by the parents, or is there any, how do you guys cope? I know there's an increase to, of course, there's going to be more demand given that there's cancellation of some transportation for, I know of the Parsons Creek area, and so how do you get your compensation? Is it all paid by the parents, or?
It's completely private and paid by the parents. Yeah, we're not subsidized at all, and it's unfortunate because some families could use that, and it would be nice to be able to provide the services to families in need. You know, we have contractual agreements with social services, Athabasca Tribal Council, and so the supports are needed in other sectors. You know, so right now it is private, and you have to be able to pay it. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Joko. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for your presentation and your service to our region. I guess where I'm wondering is the school buses, is that the problem? They've eliminated those areas for busing for the kids to school or for the youth?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to speak on behalf of the school board, but it's my understanding that, the yellow school bus, as maybe most of us are aware, provincially, and, it's an archaic system. It's an old system. It's very expensive. The vehicles are expensive to purchase, expensive to run, and are highly subsidized by the government. So it's not a standalone business model, and due to cutbacks, and I think we've been at schools where only one child has gotten onto a 72-seater bus and moved along. So you can imagine that they're probably not a profitable, or they're hurting. So some of those instances where there isn't enough need, the school board has recognized and is starting to eliminate some of that service. Now, in our business model, we provide seat belts, car seats, booster seats for little ones, 4, 5 year olds. So I think that the service like that is needed.
Yes, I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you. Mohammed Abdi? Oh, it's on there twice. Okay. Mr. Ron McNeil? And just for clarification for everyone, presenters and council, a lot of the brokerage fees were being raised. That's in the 22/007 bylaw, not in the vehicle for hire bylaw that we're discussing right now.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. I've been in the business here for 42 years. I've been in the city for 43 years. I worked at GCOS for 3 years. I've run a very tight ship. I've gone through 8,000 employees in that period. It takes an amount of energy, and some taxi drivers are very hireable when after they spend 6 months with me and my firm. They've got their 4th class. They've got police clearance. They know more about the town and the north, south, and east, west than people who have grown up here. I see preventive services up there on one of the titles, and then they're talking a year between inspections. That's scary. I've been around garages for 60 years. I'm 77. That's really scary that they would even think that. But these people have never created a job. They've been on the government pension or under the government dime all these years. God bless their hearts. No problem. Somebody has to do it. It reminds me of Boris Johnson of the UK when he addressed the EU, thousands, the great big stadium, and he said, "Not one of you people have ever created a job and never will. But you're telling us how to do it." This bylaw was dumped here. We had a good bylaw in here. I haven't had a fatality in 42 years. My competitors have 10 fatalities in the last 10 years. That's what cut rates do. These people are too lazy, I think, to go by the cost of living index and figure out where we should be. We have a fixed rate now, and I stay by it. That's why there's no fatalities on my fleet. The other guys cut rates, and now they're going to leave it wide open? Really? You imagine a bar time when the guys, 3 or 4 cars are lined up for different firms. Guy walks out, one guy says they'll do it for $8, another guy says they'll do it for $4. It's not healthy. Not healthy at all. This bylaw, I think, was dropped in here. There was no input from the industry, and zero from the public, and 0 from the consultant. It was dropped here. I don't know where they got it from. Most of the people here don't even know where they got it from. It was dropped here and voted for. And I told Mayor Blake at that time, buy me out and show me how it's done. Because this thing may as well have been written in Latin, because you'll never change it. Poor Jane here thought it was a living document. Said it was a living document. Well, it wasn't. It hasn't been changed in 9 years. 9 years, they haven't made a change to that. So I'll tell you what I did. 3 weeks ago, I cut all the cables, all the seals on my meters, and I put them up 20%. I'm not having my guys and my passengers and my contractors' passengers die on the streets here because these people are incapable of doing their job. Totally incapable. And how they get these positions, I don't know. They talked about throwing up in the car and finding for $250. Maybe it'll be $250,000. Not going to collect it. Who's at the time? So the driver's going to take off, spend 3 days in court, and go through it. And I'm so. I'm just presenting the facts.
Point of order is upheld.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Drunken rants are allowed.
Yeah, Councillor, or sorry, CLO Brown, can you go over the guidelines for presentation here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair. For everyone's awareness, council and members of the public attending the public hearing, there are guidelines for public conduct at council meetings set out in Schedule A of our procedure bylaw that include no crude, vulgar, obscene, offensive language or gesture is allowed in the council chamber at any time. Recommend that everyone take a look at those guidelines if there's any questions.
Next presenter we have on the list is Penny Skinner.
Good evening, Councillor, Mayor and Councillor. My name is Penny Skinner. I've worked for Sun Taxi for 31 plus years. I'm actually the manager of it. This new bylaw that's come in, I understand that they're saying that the public they're taking the public into consideration, but the open house, when they listened to the public, when they did the thing online, was already after this draft was already put into place. So I can't say that how they can say that the public's input was put into this. I don't understand. They're saying the cleanup fee is $200. Well, if you look in section 25, it's $250. So you're having people that are up here speaking, but the numbers aren't right. That $250, so someone throws up in a driver's car on Friday night, he's gonna let his car sit dirty, wait for the pulse line to open to call bylaw, so maybe someone will get a $250 fine, that the money goes to the city, still the driver doesn't get the money. It's not helping the driver by these 6 points, the 6 highlights of the points of the changes in this bylaw. I mean, we're here to speak for these drivers. These drivers need a meter increase. Like Ron stated, he did break the seals, he put the rate up. We're paying $1 a liter more per gas than what we was when we got the last meter increase, which was 9 years ago. And the drivers can't afford it. I mean, I didn't see any public hearing or public meetings when my groceries went up, or when the price of transit went up 20%. I didn't see any of that here. I didn't see public meetings, I didn't see open houses, I didn't see surveys online. It was just done. And we have to. I state, you know, we are the only business in Fort McMurray that the municipality of Wood Buffalo tells us who we can hire and what we can charge for our product. I don't see any other business that happens to here. I mean, the TNC, why they need the cameras? They do need the cameras. That has to be put in for the safety. We fought the cameras when it first came, but Ron was the first one to bring the cameras in. And many times Bylaw helps us with pulling the camera information, saving us when drivers are being beat, saving us for accidents, and the insurance companies, it helps with it. It brings down a little bit of the cost for our insurance. That needs to be done. The manager of Bylaw Services is Chief Taxi Inspector. I think we need a Chief Taxi Inspector that's not RCMP or ex-RCMP, someone that looks after this industry, looks after these drivers, and it needs to be. It needs to be a separate person. It needs to be a person who cares for the industry and gets out and talks to them. 5.5 years in, our Chief Taxi Inspector, she now comes out in the last month. She's out at the airport banging on drivers' windows trying to talk to them and ask them their opinion. They're like, who is this person? They've never seen her in 5.5 years. And all of a sudden, here she comes, right? It's not fair to the industry. And to say the open market pricing that needs to be done here, I can set the rates to whatever I want. I can set them as low as I want to take and get business. But it's not me that's paying the bills. The brokerage house is not the one paying the gas bill. They're not the one getting the insurance or buying the new vehicles. You need a brokerage house that's going to speak for the drivers. And not all the brokerage houses here are doing what's in the best interest of the drivers. There's 148, Keith asked, how many units? There's 148 active taxis in Fort McMurray. Before, yes, there was 794. That's how far we've come down. The drivers can't afford to do it. They can't afford to be there. But something needs to change on this. But the new bylaw needs to be thrown out that you're proposing. Sit down with the industry, face to face, pick it apart. It goes from 72 pages down to 33, and they're highlighting 6 changes. There's a lot more than 6 changes in there when you pull it apart. I mean, we went to an open house, we went to a meeting, private meeting, we were given a copy of the bylaw to go over and look at, the new copy. We had to ask for it. It was there, so we got it there. We went to council, we came to council last time. What was presented, we came to the open house. So what was presented to you guys is not what was given to us and is not what was given to the public at the open house. I was the one who had to tell them that you are giving out 2 different documents.
Sorry, I have to cut you off there, Penny.
That's okay.
That's 5 minutes, but would you be in support of that, like a council-driven taxi committee?
Oh, I would totally be in support. I was the only one that was on TAC committee and I attended every meeting. Who disbanded the taxi committee? Deanna. She said she didn't know, but she was the one. She was attending the meetings, and there wasn't very many people. And she figured it was a waste of time, and she was the one who stopped it.
Thank you. And Councillor Dogar, your question?
Thank you very much, sir. There's no question. I just want to request you that our residents are highly respectable to us. Maybe somebody comes after a year, maybe after 5 years, after 10 years. We should not be, in 5 minutes, we should not be intercepting anybody. I know Ron McNeil for the last 42 years. He's a highly professional man and served this community a lot. I, as a member council, he lost temper. I apologize for that. And sir, in future, we should not be intercepting any speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor McGrath?
Through the chair, Penny, thanks. I know we went to lots of meetings and got lots of understanding of the taxi business from you. In fact, you were my boss one time. So,
yes.
As the taxi bylaws proposed today, you don't support it?
No, I don't.
And the biggest, I guess, fly in the oil, the oil in the ointment, what would it be? Would it be the set rates? Or I noticed you identified a couple of good points. My piece of, like if my cat went down on the weekend and I couldn't use it till Monday because somebody else broke it, then I'd have some way to regroup it. And I think the bylaw services, I think, is just daily, so it's not on night shift. Most of your activities, I guess, would be after shift change and stuff. So I'm wondering if there was 3 things in this bylaw that you didn't like. What would be your first 3?
The first 3 would be the meter increase. Because if you have a set rate system, then set the rate for there. If you're not going to set it, then just get rid of it all, right? Because it's the brokerage houses are supposed to be looking in the best interest of the drivers, but not all of them do. So if I set a low rate, if I sign a contract for $60 and say you have to go to Fort Hills for $60, that driver has to go. But I'm not paying his gas bill. I'm not paying it. When you look at the dollars, by the end of the day when they're done, they used to fill their tank for $60. They're filling them for $120. That would be one thing. The proposed thing to say the meters or the mechanicals to change them to a year, I hadn't seen that before, but that's astronomical. I mean, I was in the industry when they were every 4 months and it wasn't under the out-of-province inspection. I remember one time there was a vehicle taken into L. Robert Enterprises for an inspection. The mechanic wouldn't even get in the vehicle to drive it back out. It was so unsafe. because they had to send a tow truck into the shop to get it.
Well, yeah, 'cause if memory serves me correct, there was a sticker that son had in your window, and it was punched when your last inspection was. It was
Yes.
years ago.
Yeah, but now
was
they have
for a
to have
year.
an out-of-province inspection, but to extend it for a year, no. There's too many miles, and in this municipality, we're not like Edmonton where we stay in the city. We're on the dirt roads. I mean, if you ever go to Noralta or you go to Petrochina or you go to Fort Hills, I mean, they're bad roads. And I mean, in the winter and stuff, it all adds up. You can't have your mechanicals extended. And I think another thing of it is, it's okay for the ride share to come in, but they should follow the same rules as we have to follow. How come they're allowed to come in and they can set their rates when it's 40 below, they can up their rates, but we can't. We pay the same bills, we pay the same things, but that's not fair. And also in the ride share, they can come off a site from 12 hours, bring their own private vehicle, and then they can drive the people around the public. So where is the limit for hours and stuff when that comes into play? How is that the safety? So say they get in and they pick someone up going to Fort Hills, they've already worked 12 hours, they've done an hour each way on the bus, and they got a guy who goes to Fort Hills, which is 2 hours out and 2 hours back. How is that safe? And they're still on the road taking our public. Ron McNeil's been in this business 41 years. He always looks after the safety of the customers and the public, and he looks after his drivers.
Yeah, I concur with that. Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Penny, for all your contributions, a lot of them. I see that there's still a lot that looks like you are asking to be fixed. But at the same time, you've also mentioned the key things that need to change. So maybe we can start making progress. And if there's any suggestion, maybe you can send them directly and let administration also know what's there. For instance, the camera, I think most people here today agreed that might need to come in. And then one of the things you talked about is the pricing structure and things like that. I'm wondering if the gap of between 0 and 30% maximum is enough to cater for inflation or changes to equipments and, of course, gas. What would be your comment about that?
I think the 30%, if we were to take the full max right now and 32%, I think the public would be very upset at us, right? I think that's too much of an increase at once.
Mm-hmm.
If we would have had 5%, somewhere along the 9 years and a little bit, then it wouldn't be such a thing. We did take the 20%, which is the exact same amount that you guys put the transit up from $1.25 to $1.50. We took the 20%, and we figure that's fair. I don't think that if the price of gas continues, the drivers may have to ask again, but I don't think we should have to go through all of this and wasting the councilor's time and the mayor's time in here to ask for an increase. Should be able to. But I think it should be set that, okay, now we're going to take 20%, and the chief taxi inspector has the opportunity to raise it the other 10 as she sees fit. Like if the gas goes up another 20 cents a liter, then okay, we have the option to take it. But do you need to set the cap for what's best for the drivers for the money?
Yeah, but I think right now we have that gap. You are taking 20, you can go 22, you can go 20, whatever, until when it hits the 30, that's when you might need to come back.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, I think, I hope that will help in a way.
I think it will help the drivers. Like noticing now with our increase, it does. It helps them. Like they said, that little bit, it does help. You think 20% is a lot, but when you've gone up, over 100% in your price of gas from your last increase, it makes a big difference for them. And it helps a little bit for them.
Okay. Any comments about the accessible taxis? Some taxi doesn't provide that. No?
We had a wheelchair accessible van, and we ran it. We did bring it to the municipality and offered to help do backup service for your handy bus that only runs through the daytime for people and stuff like that. But the municipality wasn't interested in helping us run it. So we did have it on the road, but the cost of repairing that, the cost of buying one of those vans and keeping it on the road, and we were probably doing 2 to 3 runs a week at the most, you know, and that was it. And there is a need for the service here, but I think it should be run like, if you're in the wheelchair accessible, you're in need of that, then maybe you could buy a ticket from the city and say for $1.50, and the municipality will cover the rest, and they'll be able to go out. I see in Facebook a lady with her child that wants to go out and do things with her child. And I mean, we're a young community, but we're an industrial community where accidents happen and people are in wheelchairs. And that does need to be looked at, how to make it more accessible for after hours. If the city's not going to run buses for after hours, something has to happen to make those people more accessible in the community.
Thank you, Penny.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation, Penny. You mentioned vehicle inspection. Can you clarify your concern on that, or?
Well, I hadn't seen in the bylaw in reading it that they were, but I heard when one of the amendments were to move the inspections to once a year. I don't think that's proper for the amount of kilometers that go on a vehicle. Like when you own your personal vehicle, you say, I put 10 to 20,000 kilometers maybe a year. These guys put 10 to 20,000 kilometers a month on their vehicle. And I think for safety, there is some people out there that don't run the best industry, or they don't look after their vehicles, or right now it's financially, they can't afford it. So I think the inspections that are being done should be kept at 6 months.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Stroud. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair to Penny. Penny, you had shared an email with most, or if not all, of council. Did you bring copies for
Phil has
administration? Okay.
Phil has copies of it. For
Okay, and he's still going to present?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think Sonia's going to get it. Through the chair, Penny, one question Councillor McGrath had asked you. You're obviously not in support of this bylaw. Just curious, you indicated that administration, there wasn't a whole lot of engagement with our admin. Was it because you guys were busy, or just you weren't given the opportunity, or just looking for some clarification on the engagement portion?
Not given opportunity. And for the chief taxi inspector, like before we had, well, she was in planning development, Jean Godey, and then we went to Phil Walding, and then we went to Rich Walkinshaw. And I mean, you've seen those people, they come out and stuff. And I understand everyone says, oh, because of the pandemic, no one was out. And when I asked the chief taxi inspector why she never come out to the counter to meet these drivers like the other chief taxi inspectors did, and she said, well, they get nervous when I come out. Well, if you're out there all the time and know them and make conversations with them, they're not. But they're just, it doesn't feel like it's a very good administration that look after the industry. And you have some bylaw officers there, you know, I can give you 2 names. You know, they do the administration, they've been in there, they know the rules, they know everything. They could be a chief taxi inspector. They could look after the industry, and they care for the guys, they talk to the guys, they meet the guys. Even when they're downtown on their public time, you see Tom out talking to them, you see Kathy out talking to them. I mean, these are officers who could be looking after this industry and helping. But the chief taxi inspector we have, which is now which is the bylaw, or manager of bylaw services is her title, right? And I mean, when we appeal something, she's there. She's the one that has to make these decisions, and it's not a good thing. Ex-RCMP, the taxi drivers don't always have the best rapport with the RCMP. When they call the RCMP for help, we don't get help. And we just see it as another way. We need someone who is nice to the industry and gets out and talks with them and meets with them.
Okay, and just one last question too. We have throwing out the idea of just you guys setting your fares and administration backing off. You're not in favor of that?
It should be set, because not all, like I said, not all the brokerage houses do that. But I mean, if you're not gonna set, if you're gonna leave it open with gaps for them to play with it, then just get rid of it. Don't regulate it at all. Let us run our own, and we'll run what we feel is safe for our drivers. But not all is done the
Okay.
same.
And that would include no flat fees?
No,
Like
I
from-
don't believe in flat fees. I mean, can you imagine the public is coming out and here comes someone coming out of the airport who's never been to the municipality of Wood Buffalo, and he says, I'm going to Fort Hills. And this guy says, oh, you're going to Fort Hills? Well, I'll go for 200. Oh, well, the guy behind, I'll go for 180. Oh, well, I'm going 160 if you're going to pay cash. I mean, what does that look like for the municipality of Wood Buffalo for the first time coming to municipality of Wood Buffalo? It doesn't look like a very good thing, and that's where they are. And the same as you see them at the bar. If they're going long trips, people are already saying, oh, if you're going a short distance, I'm not going to take you. So it's going to get even worse when it becomes that the drivers can do it. And then by doing that and saying the flat fees and saying we're not going to set any rates and you can do what you want, that means that what? Bylaw doesn't have to do their job. They don't have to fine anyone for cutting rates, and you can cut whatever you want.
I will let you know, it's not only for McMurray. I was at the airport in Edmonton, and the taxi driver refused to drive me to Leduc. He refused to leave his line and take me to Leduc
Really?
because it was too short. So it's not just here.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Boussier. Councilor Dogar?
Sir, thank you very much. About Taxi Advisory Committee, you asked some question. I have been a part of Taxi Advisory Committee. It has been very useful. May not be as useful as we think. You know, it was lame because the drivers did not take much of interest in it. Because, you know, it is so difficult for a driver for living. He loses 2 or 3 trips in that 4 hours. That's why drivers didn't show up. Even then, what all who participated, like Penny, he's an encyclopedia on taxi of this town. You know, many things came up, and that was helpful to the administration. And what I remember, the president was of the tourism, the president. He was also the president of Taxi Advisory Committee. Why it was dissolved on that day, people didn't show up. There was some other function also. Drivers were busy, and I was present when it was dissolved. And I would recommend that should be reinstated. And I would also request owners, brokerage house, to give them some extra advance.
We're going to look at that after this bylaw, Councilor Dogar. That's a good idea. We're going to look at that later, but not right now.
Okay, fine. That is a very important aspect to get a feedback monthly basis. Okay? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar.
May I make one comment to his thing?
Yes, go ahead. No problem.
A reason for, I think a lot of times when the drivers don't sit on the Taxi Advisory Commission is they don't understand. They want to come, the drivers send them to represent their company, and they go and they don't understand the democratic process. And they come and they say, well, I want this changed. Well, you have to come, you have to bring it to TACT, same as you do here. We have to vote on it, we have to bring your information, and the meetings are only every 2 months. So then in 2 months later, they've come back and they brought the information, then we have to discuss it. And then maybe in 2 months later, it'll get passed, but they're like, well, I don't want you representing me anymore because it's been 4 months, it's been 6 months, and nothing's been done. And I think a lot of time with the people that are driving cabs in the industry, they don't understand how it all works. And they want something done now, they don't want to wait.
That's maybe training is an important aspect of that.
Yes.
Okay, well, I don't see any other questions, Penny, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And would I be able to get someone in administration to actually clarify the vehicle for hire inspection minimum? Yeah, there. Oh, hit it again.
Through the chair, to the chair. Thank you for that. So currently in Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 13001, there's a 6-month inspection requirement. In the proposed Vehicle for Hire Bylaw 22006, it is changed as the standard in the industry has been 1 year. But what I do want to point out is that if there's a complaint, we can do an inspection before that 1 year is up. So if a customer or a fair had a complaint, an inspection would certainly take place.
Sorry, through the chair, I'd just like to clarify that one a little further. So 22006, which is the bylaw that you passed for first reading, it does include a requirement that inspections happen every 6 months, except for in Fort Chip, which would happen every year. And that's because of the challenges with the winter road. There's a little bit of confusion because one of the things that we did hear through the public consultations from a lot of the drivers is that these requirements are costly for them, and it makes it hard for them to stay on the road. We looked at what other jurisdictions do and found that Calgary, a lot of other areas do require the inspections for 6 months, every 12 months. There's also a hybrid model where some will, if the vehicle is within the first 5 years of ownership, they will require an inspection every year. And then if it's 5 years old to 10 years old, they will require it every 6 months. So the confusion is because we did, in the package that Deanne provided to you, there is a possible second reading amendment for you to consider that would change the requirement to every 12 months. But certainly council doesn't need to make that second reading amendment. Nobody even needs to table it if you're not interested in that. So the current, just to clarify, the current bylaw in front of you is every 6 months. And that's for all vehicles for hire. So that would include transportation network vehicles, shuttles, taxis, limousines, accessible taxis.
All right, thank you. Councillor Grandison, you have a question?
Yeah, maybe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, just a quick question. In any of the hybrid models that you spoke of, was there any that were related to a combination of either kilometers or time? I think one of the points that were made, if a driver is, one of the presentations is, this young lady spoke of 20,000 kilometers per year versus a cab that might be putting 20,000 kilometers per month. Those are two completely different issues. Was there any hybrid models that could speak to that?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I don't recall having seen them in the bylaws I looked at. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. It's certainly possible to include a requirement like that in the bylaw. I would say that it could create some enforcement challenges, though, in terms of the bylaw officers and the bylaw department being able to monitor how much mileage has occurred between inspections. That doesn't mean it's not possible, though.
I can understand where there's going to be labor on one end or the other, labor on bylaw or labor on the other end. I mean, it's going to take a bit of effort one way or the other from one party or the other party. Thank you.
Councilman Joko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Actually, that was going to be my question in terms of maybe we could apply mileage as we do for servicing cars. But if we can't do that, I'm wondering if we can also copy the age bracket hybrid, putting it in my own words. Like maybe some of the things we'll consider. Thank you. And I might not need an answer, but something we can think of.
Sir Joko, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair. About the inspection, I just wanted to ask the presenter, it should not be always out of province. First time maybe out of province, when the later inspection should be normal inspections. And drivers should be allowed, those who live in, say, Edmonton or Calgary, it is the rates are cheaper. Sometimes they do not accept it. They say, okay, go to the town and to such and such mechanic. That is inexpensive. I don't know what do they have in mind now.
That's for administration, if you can.
I hope they will keep in mind during.
What's your question, Councilor Dogar? And what's the question there for administration?
Question it is regarding the inspection. Sometimes they say every time get it done out of province. Out of province is quite expensive.
But I think an out-of-province inspection is not the municipality that requires that. That's a different inspection you're talking about.
No, sometimes, what I remember is get it out of province every time.
Yeah. Okay, we'll get back to the delegates. Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Sure, you can clarify that if you want.
So just to provide some clarification, the mechanical inspection that's required under the bylaw is defined as an out-of-province vehicle inspection. So that's required unless the vehicle meets the definition of a commercial vehicle, which would be like the shuttles, 12-person seater vehicle or more. In those instances, they're regulated by the province and they're required to get a safety fitness certificate every, I believe it's 3 years that the province requires. So the way the bylaw is currently drafted, they're exempt from having to do the out-of-province vehicle inspections. So something like Kid Drop, they actually, depending on what vehicles they're using, may not be required to do the inspections every 6 months.
Can it be from Edmonton or Calgary?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Dogar, it doesn't specify where it needs to be. The previous bylaw, I believe it required, as somebody in the gallery suggested, livery inspections. So there were additional requirements, I believe at one point, that the chief taxi inspector may have added on to that inspection. But under this bylaw, it's just restricted to the out-of-province vehicle inspection.
Thank you. Councillor Grandison?
I think, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. I think probably my question is better related to when we're dealing with the actual bylaw. Thank you.
Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. And yes, if you don't mind, I just need to understand why they use the term out of province. I mean, aren't they getting the inspection done in, for example, Fort McMurray or Edmonton? I just don't follow that.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, I won't claim to be a mechanic or an expert in these things, but from my time working actually at L. Robert Enterprises, I learned that these are often required depending on how old your vehicle is if you want to get it licensed in another province. So it really just creates an objective standard to have all the vehicles inspected against. And so that's why my understanding is that for the previous few years, that's what the chief taxi inspector has required.
Okay, so it's a process.
It is. It's a form that has certain standards that need to be met.
Okay.
So rather than creating our own standardized approach, because we're not mechanics, we've relied on something the province has already created.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. And we're moving on. Next presenter, Mustafa Hajar. And just a reminder, Mustafa, there's 5 minutes to present. Okay. Appreciate that.
My name is Mustafa Hajar. I've been driving taxi for 5 years in this town, and we've been ignored since I've been driving taxi in this town, from the city, from the bylaw, from everybody. So last 2 months or 3 months ago, I had an interview with the news about trying to get the raise up because it's unfair for the driver to drive customer and he's paying from his pocket. Everything is getting expensive. Gas prices, insurance prices, everything is getting expensive. Just the taxes stay the same. We asked here last time, those, the bylaw that we're talking, they says they did interview for in the community here. But the thing is, they never ask the driver what they need. They ask the community, so we've been ignored. Like us, we are the drivers. They have to ask us, they have to sit with us, see what you need. Like me, myself, I'm talking about myself. I do 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, just to support my family. I got 3 kids and a wife that I don't see. You know what I mean? And they're talking about right now, like, they want to keep the meter open, whoever wants to set up his own rate, whatever. But, like, I think that's unfair for the company and for the drivers as well. Like, companies, they've been in business for over 40 years, and now they're going to leave it open, so another company that started yesterday, they're going to compete with them, which is not fair for a company that's been 41 years serving this community here and doing an awesome job. Like, nobody has any complaint or anything. Maybe some mistakes happens with some drivers, whatever. But the thing is, a company over 41 years in business, that means that's a successful company. Not for a small company to come, oh, we're gonna put the rate down. Okay, we are many years in this business. Over 41 years, as Ron says, in his business here. And whatever, I don't know how to explain it to you right now, like, nobody, like, from the bylaw officers even think about talking to us. See what's your problem, what's the problem, what's the driver's problem. Always they have to ask to go online and do this survey. I can do a survey right now online. I can get a different names on that survey and get you 100% that the whole community here, they agreed on this thing. But the driver, he got no benefits out of that at all. Plus, about either, I would suggest, I don't know, either they put a setup meter for all the companies in town, or we don't need a bylaw. Why do we have to pay $500? Why do we have to pay the inspection? Why do we have to pay everything for the city if we're not getting the help from the city or the bylaw? Like before, there's some drivers, they are banned from having a chauffeur permit. They are not allowed to operate because they had special cases in court, whatever. And now you go see them on the bars picking up people in the private cars. When we went to complain to the bylaw says we have no proof. The second week, I got a proof, and I went there, and I asked for the bylaw officer. I don't remember her name. She came up, I showed her a video, and I showed her photos of everything. She told me, okay, we'll take care of it. How long has been that? Over a year right now. And we didn't hear nothing. So if the bylaw is not doing nothing for us, why do we have to pay for them all this kind of money, and we are suffering already? That's all my thing. And about the inspection thing, yes, I'm an owner-operator, like I own my own car. I'm a contractor with Sun Taxi. But is it good for me to do every year? It's more cheaper for me, but I think it's unsafe to do it. It should be every 6 months, even when it's required, because some drivers, they're not making money. They says, okay, we don't have to do it till next year. Okay, we'll save the money for our pocket, but that's not safe for the people and for yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mustafa. Do we have any questions from council?
We're good?
I'm not seeing any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councilor McGrath. Sorry, Mustafa, you can take. Councilor McGrath has a question, sir.
All right.
Thank you, through the chair. Nice to see you again, sir.
Thank
I
you.
know that got a few rods off you over the years. So you say you're working 7 days a week. How many hours a day?
16 hours a day. You think that's safe? It's by law. They says it's safe to do 16 hours a day. But I think that's safe, or if that's even good for me and my family. My daughter, she's 3 years old. Her birthday was last Sunday. She told me, Dad, you're not coming to my birthday? I was like, I'll come. I'll try to come. She called me. I had to leave everything. I came all the way from airport just to go there and cut the cake with her. You know, like how we're like they think here we are just like doing this job just for for nothing, you know what I mean? Like, this job is like any else job. Job is a job. You know,
I
like
certainly understand that, sir. Like you, we all grew up in Fort McMurray.
Yeah.
And there's many days we were out in the mine, digging holes and reclaiming land. Love to be home with our kids to celebrate their birthday. I can get that. My question is to you.
Yeah.
The bylaw that's before you today, you feel you had no input on it as a driver or no input on it as a contractor. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I know our city people had public hearings out in the community. I know that we can never do enough, but I also sense this evening we're still at a crossroads. So your input this evening, my question is, you're not for the bylaw that's been proposed?
The what?
You're not in support of the bylaw that's proposed?
No, I'm not in support.
Okay. I appreciate your service to the community, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Bragg. And just a reminder again, John, just this is 5 minutes to present.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
It's on? Sorry. Hi there. My name is John Bragg. I'd like to thank you for the time to speak today. I started in the transportation industry 17 years ago. I started off in the taxi industry at Sun Taxi. Right. I was there for 2 years. They taught me the basics. I was able to move on to a bigger company, spread out throughout the town. That company has also been in town for about 50 years, maybe plus. I was able to learn more about customer service, more about safety and standards and everything like that, and how the bigger companies set their standards. I was in that company for 10 years. 1 year ago, I came back to Sun Taxi, and it seems practically the same as when I was 17, or when I was first started in the industry. I've worked multiple shifts, time periods, throughout the days, throughout the year that I've worked at Sun Taxi. I've talked to all the drivers, most of the customers that we have. Drivers don't want to move anywhere because they can't afford the gas. Passengers are getting upset because they have to wait 20, 30 minutes to get a taxi. But as it has been stated, the rates have been raised. I have heard maybe one complaint on my end since such has happened. People that have called and asked, I explained the situation. They completely understand. Most of them completely support it from what I've heard. Right? And it's sad to see that at this point in time, the taxi driver industry seems to still be fighting for what they were fighting for such a long time ago. If we want to get rid of the rates, that gets rid of professionalism. Professionalism is safety, right? Professionalism is almost everything. So if one driver is going to offer $20 to go to Suncor, what's the car going to look like? What's the how's everything going to be? How's the driver going to be, right? So if you do set a standard rate that the drivers can live on and afford the prices that is needed, then the passengers don't have to search for the cheapest price. The passengers get to choose what is most professional, what they seem is the safest person, driver, and or company that they get to choose, right? I have no problems with the ride shares and other companies that come into town. But look at what the cameras have done for the taxi industries, right? So it seems different that one service can be safe or set to this safety standard, but another service that is doing the exact same thing has different safety standards. And that's my opinion. I'd like to thank you for my time.
Thank you, John. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much. I appreciate it. Tahir Naveed. And just again, a reminder, Tahir, you have 5 minutes to present.
Good evening, everybody. So my name is Tahir Naveed. And, I'm working for Sun Taxi as a driver for last 5 years. Partially, I did just owner-operator as well. Very simply that we are fighting here for our rights as a community. I heard about here that people are giving example that in last about 20 years, there is nothing increase of fare, and even we are higher rate than Edmonton and Calgary. How we can compare Calgary with small town? Superstore is a big store. We cannot compare the price of that with a small street store. It must be difference. Let's say if in Edmonton, if a driver having 3 to 4 trips in 1 hour, whatever his rate, he got 3 to 4 trips in hour. But in here, according to population, we cannot have this much. So it's really not fair to compare that town with this town. And thing is that when this rate was fixed, at that time, economic situation was different of this town. I was not working that time, but as I know that, it was flagging all the time in town. That makes sense that that price was fair and the drivers were happy as well. At that time, when I came in town, I was single. I was happy to work with that same price and everything I could afford. But this time, I have 1 kid, 1 wife. Before I was sharing, now I have a 1 separate apartment. If my expenses have been increased, who will take care increase of my income? If whole town or all the members are talking about the community, I'm a part of community. If my expenses and my expenditure are not going to balance like before, it's not fair. Main thing is that just time difference. 13 years ago, it was different thing. Now it's different. Nobody talk about the insurance is going higher. Nobody talk about it. Gas price, okay, it's not only gas price. My grocery, my rent, my bills, kids' expenses. Even same like other driver, I couldn't have even 1 day off because I cannot afford. Everybody is talking about the community because community is not happy, is going so higher, this and that. But nobody talking about my life. I'm just talking about my basic rights. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tahir. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Bella Merhan. Just a reminder, Bella, it's just 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Abdurrahman Abdullahi with United Class Cabs. I've been in this industry for over 10 years, and I served the differences of the industry, starting from call taking to dispatch to a supervision position to a driving position. I've got enough experiences, but for my 5 minutes of time, I would love to give some of my time to the Bylaw services to show my gratitude, appreciation of the good work and hard work that's been neglected. Thank you to Sabrina and your group. That's been said, I have the only thing that I have concern about. First of all, I strongly agree, not only strongly, but stand with the bylaw, putting into a consideration that they're in between of a community that are demanding and the drivers that are demanding. Put yourself in that position and speak out. That's been said, dear guests and the councillors, my only concern today is it's one comment. The concern is the colors. If I speak the colors of the cabs, it speaks more than the logo. And I will tell you that with experience. And I would love to see a Bylaw member or an RCMP. When someone drinks, the first thing that he remembers and the last thing that he remembers is only the color, not the logo. There are a lot of cases that's been with the RCMP. First, and the lost and founds. All that they will, it was easy for me to ask the consumers, what color did you take last night? And they can easily tell me it's burgundy, white, or black. And it's easy for me to provide that information to the RCMP. And the second thing is about the $500 for the drivers, for the vehicle for hire. I just want to put into a different way. We work, I think, 365 days. Divide that 500 into 365 days. That will be $1.30 every day that we're working. So it's not me to decide, it's the drivers to decide, or to say something, and it's the councilors to decide. Overall, it's only my only concern was the colors, and to show a gratitude, appreciation of the hard work that the Bylaw came. Did they neglect us or they didn't meet with us? No, we've been seeing them around for all years that we've been outside. It's only Sabrina we don't see all the time, which we shouldn't see her unless we need her. But the Bylaw services, we see them. We see them at the airport chasing us, coming after us, asking us the trip sheets. There's a Bylaw. And I would say whenever we need Bylaw services, the doors are always open. And once again, I'm telling them, I'm showing my gratitude and thanks. They bring us all the way here. And before we came here, they made sure they reach out to the public and they reached out to the drivers by opening an open house, by coming and looking for us before they put everything together, and then by going on social media for the public. That's not an easy thing to do. It needs time. It needs an effort. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Abdel. Just a question for administration, quick, if you could just clarify the section on the colors in the bylaw?
Yep.
Through the chair. Sorry, as the resident drafter, I've spent a lot of time in the bylaw, so I tend to have these answers at the tip of my tongue. In the bylaw, there is power granted to the chief taxi inspector, requiring that the chief taxi inspector approve colors for a brokerage. My understanding is that there's a lot of history behind the colors associated with a brokerage, and that when this bylaw first came into effect, it was quite contentious, in that certain brokerages already had certain colors that they kept, and they wanted to maintain those for their own visibility and identification of their brokerage. Currently, the new bylaw also contains that provision, and there's currently no intention to change that. So taxis, shuttles, limos, they can all have specified colors. The transportation network vehicles won't, because they're your private vehicles. They are required to have a decal that would go on the back of the vehicle and the side of the vehicle that would make them clearly identifiable.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And Abdullah, you're in favor of that, of the colors?
Oh yeah, big time. And yeah, before we go ahead and up into the public, before we go ahead and up into every cab company to use whatever they want to use, whatever color they want to use, please put a lot of things into a consideration. Put again service on RCMP or the difference. But it's a lot easier for the companies, for the bylaw, and to identify when things happen, who did, and it's easier when you're taking a procedure. It's the last thing that when someone drinks that would remember, right, would pick on right away. I took a red color cap, something like that.
Okay,
And
thank
that's
you,
all.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you. Thank you for your speech presentation.
Thank you.
Which company do you work for?
I work for United Class Cabs.
United Cabs.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, Abdullah. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask council to take a 10-minute break, a bio break for everyone in the room. We can take a minute. We'll resume back at 8:40 p.m. Welcome back, everyone. And resuming, Phil Walding, present. And again, a reminder, Phil, you have 5 minutes.
So I'm going to try to stay under 5 minutes, unlike last time where I had about 12 minutes of material. Got about 30% of the way through it. You guys already have the handout. Most of the work that was done on that was with my involvement entirely or partially. So I'm not going to be, they're in words, I'm not going to waste my time on them. What I want to talk to you about today is what it's like to be the head dispatcher of a taxi company in Fort McMurray, which is what I am. I see this bylaw, and as the head of dispatch, I'm the person who people phone up and complain about the prices to. And when I explain to them the cost of doing business, most of them understand, some of them don't. Some of them want to take other companies, some don't. I have to follow the rate schedule that is supplied because my boss, Ron McNeil, and Penny Skinner tell me in all instances that we do not cut rates. When I first started with Sun, and I've been there about 5.5 years now, I used to take a lot of grief from drivers over it because they didn't understand that if it's a $200 fare, sure, I'll do it for $150. But they didn't realize that when we do it for $150, the next guy does it for $120, the next guy does it for $90. So somebody has to put their foot down and say, this is the price, take it or leave it. And some customers we lost because they wouldn't pay it. Ironically enough, after having bad experiences with the cut rate guys, they were back and now they were happy to pay it. Because if you're going to turn around and have a professional driver in a safe car, you have to be able to produce an amount of money that satisfies the safety of the vehicle as well as the driver to be provided for properly himself and for his family. Because I'll tell you, you do not want to get into a cab that the owner-operator is pressured financially, where maybe he's got a loose wheel that he wants to ignore, or maybe he does it up in his head because his wife is giving him hell because the kids don't have money for school supplies. All the other kids got fancy Sharpie pens and their kids are using pencils. These things are all in their head, and this is what you're competing with when they're driving you in the public. This bylaw that you're presenting today will turn around and destroy that the same way as it was prior to 2013. When this bylaw came in, one of the main focuses of it, I know, Jane, you were the only one who was here for it, was cost certainty. They wanted the prices to be the same no matter what company you took from A to B, because customers were feeling they would take a United Class cab to the bar, it'd be $12. They would take Sunback Taxi home, it'd be $16, and they would think the driver at Sun was ripping them off. And this turned around and caused fights. Lots of them. This is why we have cost certainty. This is why we have the rates the way they are. Because a certain percent of our drivers are not capable of fully explaining themselves to a drunken customer. Right? If a drunken customer says, oh, you're ripping me off because your fare is different than the next guy, and they're trying to diffuse that situation with broken English, that's really not fair to them to challenge them to that because they can't keep up with that. Right? So what we're saying, and I wanted to what Mr. McGrath had said, the reason why we have regulated quota is to prevent gouging, but also to make sure that the drivers are making enough money to keep their vehicles safe, to keep their families fed, and not to overcharge the public. So we have to find the sweet spot in every instance. 9 years ago when this bylaw came in, it was sufficient. Over the years since, though, it has crept back to where it's not. Prior to 2013, you had 774 cabs in Fort McMurray. 680 or 690 of them were what I would describe as disgusting vehicles, full of dents, rust. People would throw up in them, the drivers wouldn't care, they wouldn't clean them, nothing. It was horrible. Same thing with your camps. One guy's charging $50, the next guy's charging 70. You got these guys, they were coming up from Edmonton on Friday afternoon to drive cab, sleeping in the cab while they were working, Sunday afternoon going back to Edmonton. Now imagine what that cab smelled like. It's the guy's home as well as your cab.
Sorry, it's 5 minutes, Phil, but thank you. Do you have any questions from council? Councillor Grandison?
I just have one. My experience with flat rate in other jurisdictions, flat rate here is kind of be talking in you said it kind of general terms, but when I've taken cabs in other jurisdictions, it's a flat rate, but it's flat rate for everybody. So if it's here to Mackay, it's this much. If it's here to Suncor, it's this much, so on and so forth. Would that kind of flat rate work in this community?
Well, that's what we have right now.
You have a fixed flat rate like
so
that now.
if you took a cab from Fort McMurray proper to Fort Mackay under the rates in 13/001, it should be $130 in every instance.
Okay.
In every instance. Doesn't matter if you took United Class Cab, Sun Taxi, Wood Buffalo Co-op, Hanks, any of it. It has to be $130.
And so as the bylaw sits right now, can any driver work around that? Can they shut the meter off?
Not legally. They do.
They do. So you have some of that going on now.
We don't have any of that going on at Sun. If a driver does that at Sun, they're gone. They can go work at the competition. You know, as Ron likes to say, we promote them to the competition.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Benjogo?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for your presentation. At this point, I just want to ask, are there things in addition to what what was already identified that you would like to see changed? Because to just say the bylaw is not good doesn't say much to us as leaders.
Yeah. Well, if you notice in the presentation I gave you, there's 86 points, I believe, of change. Basically, the crux to bring it back to where we're at today is that the industry hasn't had meaningful contribution to this bylaw. The reason for that is because the Tax Advisory Committee was disbanded by administration because they did not like what was being said to them anymore. Now, they will turn around and they'll say that it was participation, drivers didn't want to attend, but I served on TAC for a long period of time, and I talked to a lot of drivers, and they were telling me, even when I was still the chief tax inspector, that the thing they didn't like was that they were coming to TAC with their ideas and they were going nowhere. And I can tell you from my own experiences that I would go to the TAC meetings with my boss, who was on TAC, Greg Scarborough at the time, and we would listen to them, and then I would go to my morning meetings with the other bylaw people the next day and say, are we going to do any of this? And the answer would be no.
Okay, so that's something that,
So
that
the
will be
drivers,
addressed later, right, with the committee coming up.
you have to put some teeth into it if you want to have it to be reasonable. Because if the drivers are going to turn around and take their time away from the road, like they're giving up fares, so they're willing to express their opinions, but their opinions have to be taken seriously, otherwise there's no point. Like if they're giving up a $40 fare to tell you what they think, and then you ignore what they think, they might as well just make the $40 fare. And this is how they think. You know, it's like what Penny was talking about and how they don't understand. That's all true too, and there is an education factor that comes in with it. But at the end of the day, if we're not listening to the participants in this industry as well as the customers in this industry, then we are doing a serious misjustice to them. And if we are going to do that, and this is my opinion, Ron doesn't agree with me, he's probably over there cringing right now, but if we don't do this right, let's not do it at all. Deregulate it, get out of it, let the industry operate with a business license from the city, like everybody else, like a taekwondo. We'll either sink or swim based on our own volition. I say that because I'm confident that Sun Taxi, the way we operate our business, we will survive. Others may not, but we will. Right now, as you have it, these guys are paying $500 a year for the chauffeur, for the cab license, $85 a year for the chauffeur license. The only thing they're getting is cost certainty. Bylaw is not involved with their life. They're not making the industry better. They're not contributing to the betterment of the industry. So if we take the rates away from them, then essentially what we're saying to them is we're going to charge you $585 a year so that bylaw officers can chase you around and give you tickets. And that's all we're giving them. This cannot just be about enforcement. The industry has to grow. If the industry is not allowed to grow, the things that irk people will just fester further. And this is why I have said, send the bylaw back to administration, get everybody to the table, not sitting out in the lobby here with public walking by you trying to have a confidential conversation, which is exactly what they called their public meetings, which was atrocious in my opinion. They could have at least gotten one of the rooms in here and had sat down one-on-one with people, recorded it so that they would have the input, and then take a serious look at it. Because the way they've done it, they're cherry picking. If they like what you said, it's there. If they don't like what you said, right? And how do you know? How is this council going to know if the input that the public made in those meetings is accurately reflected in the changes that they're suggesting? 1 year for safety. Nobody in the industry is gonna say that like that, except the people who are paying for the safety, right? Because, like, Penny was right. We have cabs that do 20,000 kilometers a month. I have cars on the road that are 7, 8 years old that have 600,000 kilometers on them. I have vehicles now because some of our more experienced operators are going into brand new vehicles because they need to get the hybrids, because they made the business choice to invest more in the front end on the vehicle to save on the fuel in the back end. And those vehicles, brand new coming on, 10 years from now, when they have to be taken off as cabs, if they have not been hit in an accident and written off, those cars are going to have well in excess of 1 million kilometers on them. Now, when I was in Winnipeg and ran cab companies, we did not worry about the age of the vehicle. We worried about the amount of kilometers that were on that vehicle. If you bring in rules that say, when a vehicle hits 500,000 kilometers, it's out the door. You're inspecting them every 6 months. Bylaw officers can get in the car, write the odometers down, keep track of them. 500,000, get it out of there, get a new car, boom. If you do that, somebody could turn around and buy a car that's 7 or 8 years old that's been a private car. Like a little lady drove it to church on Sundays. It's got 45, 50,000 kilometers on it. That could be a good cab for 5 or 6 years, but the way you have it, it's going to be a cab for 18 months. And it's going to have 200,000 kilometers and it's going to be out the door, whereas another car that's got 1 million kilometers is still going to be driving along. It's not well thought out.
Okay, thank you. I think I appreciate your feedback, and I want to reiterate my point. If we can focus on things that we need to do to make this work, that would be appreciated.
Well, and we want to do that, but we do not want to have our meter increase held over our heads unless we agree to this egregious bylaw. It's very punitive, but it's like, okay, your kids are starving, give us this bylaw, let it pass, we'll give you your money. Okay. It's basically extortion. It's not fair. Take this thing back, first, second, third reading, meter increase, boom, get it done, boom, 20%, sit down over the course of the summer into the early fall, go through point by point by point, bring a bylaw back here that has consensus amongst everybody, and consensus can be achieved. I have consensus with every one of my customers. They love our service because we create balance. That's what we need.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Joko. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Phil. I think you've answered the question, Phil, I had for you. So there's been an attack on our administration, which is obviously not fair because there's they'll have their opportunity to defend themselves. But my question to you is, you believe there's an opportunity, if you were to sit down with our administration, that you could come to a consensus with a bylaw?
Oh, definitely. Because there's a lot of common ground that we both share. Like we all need the citizens of Fort McMurray to be satisfied with the cab service to the point where they're going to get out their credit card and they're going to spend $50 or $60 to take a cab to the airport. It makes them happy if they get good service. It makes you guys happy because you get decent feedback. Bylaw the same, they don't get complaints. Everybody can be happy. But they can't be happy as long as everybody's at each other's throats, which is where we've been for the last 5 years. It's just been horrible. Like being somebody who was formerly the chief tax inspector myself, sitting back, like I wanted to be semi-retired and stay out of this. Like I really wanted to stay out of this. But what I've seen in the last 5 years has been atrocious. It's not serving any useful purpose. We're spinning our wheels. We keep going back to a different models, thinking, okay, maybe this will be better. Then what, 7, 8 years from now, we're going to sit down and say, oh no, we need cost certainty again, so we're going to go back there. And where have we stepped forward in that time? We haven't. We're just spinning our wheels. If we sit down, figure out where we need to go as a group, and then go there, everybody will be happy.
Okay, so, I mean, we keep hearing from the presenters that it sounds like the majority of the presenters are not happy with the current bylaw. My question to you is, why were you not participating with administration? It sounds like there was opportunity to engage in this bylaw, but yet you're telling me there wasn't.
Well, I did meet with Sabrina in the hall.
In the hall?
Yeah, outside that door there. We sat on a bench and chit-chatted. A couple of chairs. It was a nice talk, but I didn't see much of anything that I said end up in these documents, which is fine. You know, she's entitled to her opinion. But I have tried to engage in this. I was here 2 months ago. I was here 2 months before that ago. I, myself, personally, would like to sit back, enjoy my semi-retirement, make my money working for Sun, do my thing, and not have to worry about coming here. If you understood my own situation and my own circumstances, you would know I do not want to be here. But I have, in my responsibility, all these guys. And they come to me as the head dispatcher. I'm the go-between between management, Penny and Ron, and them. They come to me and they tell me about the hardships they have. I would love to sit back and do nothing, because I know there's going to be news. They're going to say, oh, Phil, you know, they're going to draw up the past and turn around and try to make me out as some kind of villain. I don't need that. I don't need to be here for that. But at the same time, I can't let these guys down, because they're counting on me, and that's why I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions, Phil, so thank you. I don't want to murder this person's name, but Tibji Godoy? Oh, for sport? Okay, thank you. Mr. Alamayu? And just a reminder, there's 5 minutes to present, sir.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Kavar Aramayo. I work in Sun Taxi almost 8 years. So I have few questions for the bylaw. The first in safety, and then second for the matter of the price. I don't know why the bylaw, they created the problem for each company or each drivers, because now everything expensive in the gas. So Sun Taxi, now the price is $4.55, and then even other company, they don't. So tomorrow, what's going to happen? So I don't know. My understanding now, technically, they are attacking for Sun Taxi, the driver for the bylaw, because any city, Edmonton, Calgary, Winnipeg, all the price, even Uber, even the price high, and then they fix it. For only Fort McMurray, they don't fix it. I heard about like a few hours ago, and then just open the price, or $4 starting, or $2, or $1, or $5. That's not fair. That's not good. So tomorrow, okay, tomorrow some customer, he goes $4 starting, and then by next day, I say, I charge him for 55. He say, hey, fuck off, I'm not paying. So what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna fight for a customer? So why the bylaw making the problem for in this town for some taxi or other driver? That's important. Then the other thing is for safety. And then most of the daytime, I'm happy. I just appreciate for the bylaw for the peace officer. They doing good. They helping all the drivers. For night shift, no one safety any drivers. Any happen, I call RCMP. RCMP, they don't help any driver, 100%, because most of drivers they are immigrants, almost 95% immigrants. They know RCMP. If I call RCMP, they're waiting for 3 hours. Can you believe me? East Village Bar to Timber RCMP waiting for 3 hours. Even I seen they sitting the 4-3 cabs, the truck and the Chevy truck, and they sitting there. No one help. But one customer, he complained any driver. By second meeting, they come, they charging for the driver. That's not fair. That's not fair. So we need safety for driver, but at the same time for the customer, right? So. And then the other, I heard about, I forget her name, and then she mentioned for the any passenger they missing for the car and the driver. I never get even like $200. Many times they vomiting in my car. Even they damage for they broken the window. No one pay me. No one. I call RCMP, court, go to the court. Even I don't know him, the customer. Just I pick up the bar. I don't know what his address. I don't know his phone number. Everything. No one have. That's not fair. So we need to fix first the price in the city, and then second for night shifts, especially for night shifts, a lot of cab drivers they are not cab drivers because no one control the bylaw for nighttime. Because I see in any bar, go casino, anywhere, they don't pay for insurance, they don't pay any fare permit, they don't have license, they work in the private car. I can't fight them for the other person. Because those guys, they make money. I pay everything, insurance, $2 million insurance. All cab driver in Fort McMurray, each driver, they pay $2 million insurance for driving cab. So we do everything, but I can't make money. But some drivers, just a private car, they working for night shift, any bar, anywhere, they make money. Is that fair? No. No. So please do that. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Do you have any suggestion as to how to manage, let's say somebody messes up the car? Do you have best practices or other ways you think that could be managed, maybe in other cities that you know?
I understand your question. Like say, if someone missing, like if he's missing in my car, anything, I go to bylaw, right? I go RCMP. Nothing. No one helped me. No one. But someone complain, any driver, someone customer, they complain for driver. Immediately, the bylaw, they call the company they suspended until to fix it. Imagine I wasn't in Berlin, maybe I go the Gregor in the bylaw. They take it out of the camera, everything that they see, finally it's clear, right? Oh, sorry, go home. So waste of my time, waste of my gas. Who gonna pay me? No one pay me, right? So some customer they lying. Oh, this driver he did this. The bylaw immediately suspended. Come to see the camera. Okay, they see the camera. They see everything is clear. Oh, okay, go home. So we have to fix this one. If I go there, at least they have customer. They have to pay waste of time, waste of gas. I'm going to wait in 4 or 5 hours in the bylaw.
Thank you. Maybe to administration, is there any other thing you can suggest, Dan, in terms of, other practices that you might have heard of on how to help drivers or companies with this mess, and to guarantee that they get paid for when somebody messes up the cars?
The chair to Councillor Banjoko. Essentially, the reason we've built this bylaw is to help the drivers as well. And one of the other fees that hasn't been talked about are the fees that come from the brokerage to the drivers. So there's a whole picture in this on how the drivers are coping. But this opening up the fees or allowing up to the $5 is really about helping the drivers be able to get business in the market that's available.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor McGrath?
Hey, thank you, through the chair. I guess what I will say is that I think our members here in the community and our members in Alberta, I think they do a great job for keeping us safe. I think it's how you approach them. So I hear a lot of talk about our members that keep us safe. Nobody's perfect, but I think that I wouldn't want their jobs. They deal with 1% of the population 100% of the time. So I think our members here in the RCMP, they do a great job keeping our community. I just want to make that clear. But the question I have for you, what you describe, and I think there's a lot of focus on if somebody gets sick in your car, and the first thing you think of is somebody drinking. That's not always the case. I got in cars that, as Phil would say, haven't been washed in a month. That would make you sick. Or maybe when you came from the airport, the guy went 50, 60, 50, 60, different drivers. So I think there's a whole lot of attention, and it sounds like there's enough concern in the bylaw. Staff take a beating, and elected officials take even a bigger beating. We're here tonight talking about free enterprise, a whole different gamut of issues that even when Phil was part of the taxi commission, they hated you, Phil, because I was part of the committee. So now you're praising up the same people. I'm just saying, at the end of the day, what do you see that don't make this bylaw work for yourself as a driver? Because I consider that it's the only business in the world that gets to fix their own cars, inspect their own cars. If I have a gravel truck, I had to take it someplace out for a stamp. So, what as a driver, how do we make life better for you?
Better for manager, it's better for the drivers and the customer. We need to enforce them, and the police, RCMP, we have to enforce them for customer. When you do enforcement, and then customer, they know the rule, right? They know each customer, they know the rule. When you get enforcement immediately, and then customer, they don't bother any driver. At the same time, the driver, they never against for the customer, right? So that's better for enforcement. And the other thing, I forget one thing is, he's my coworker, he's my friend, he's Muhammad. When he's speaking to me, no one driver in Fort McMurray 16 hours. 16 hours means any driver 16 hours, right? That's not right. He's wrong. He's mentioned wrong.
I know that. I know we have a bylaw.
I'm going to mention to you because when I was sitting in the airport, maybe it's not international flight in Fort McMurray. Sometimes I'm confusing. I heard about radio, Fort McMurray International Airport. That's a lie. That's not international airport. International means you go everywhere, right? You go Europe, anywhere. This is domestic airport. So which means any driver just waiting Calgary or Edmonton or Toronto, right? So waiting 2 hours. Maybe the flight is canceled or delayed another 2 hours. Maybe I waiting 4 hours. I don't drive sit in the airport. I get a customer, maybe they go to Gregoire, $20. How much I make by 4 hours? $20. So which means I'm not straight driving 16 hours. Any driver, maybe the driver work maybe seven hours maybe driving in town. Because even in town, I work in town. Sometimes I sit in Timberley, waiting 2 hours, I get a trip for independent or somewhere maybe $10. Which means I drive in 2 hours? No, waiting for trip. So yeah, you guys, especially Bylaw, you understand no one driving straight 16 hours, no.
Well, I know that we created a bylaw that limited your hours on the road. I know that because we were here for it. And a couple of my colleagues here also know, as Phil knows, if you're all following it, there's a circle. That if you go from the airport or McMurray to the circle, this is what it costs. So all these bylaws are in place. Doesn't sound like anybody's following them. Doesn't sound like they're enforced. So at the end of the day, I hear some common problems, but I don't even know if we're even stewarding to the regs that we have put in place even before this. So I guess you answered my question. I appreciate the hours you put in. I was told by a guy that owns a cab, I could get in the cab and go from the airport to Timberlea for $40. Not in this community, but it's a safe ride home. And not everybody in this community, I want people to take a picture to see that we're all savages getting in cabs, because we're not. You might get the odd bad apple. And Phil would know that because he was a taxi commissioner on the other end of the fence. arguing about the same things we argued about back then. So there's still stale issues. But my question is, and you answered it, I think, the biggest thing is money. It's the root of all evil. And there's a lot of people here this evening that don't know the elephant in the room, but some of us do. And when we get some concern and pushback, I guess it's up to us as local electors to make the right decisions for not just for you, but for the people that are going to use your service. And we have no right to be in the business of telling you what to charge for your business, but we have a right to keep people safe. And that's the only reason why we're on this table. Not about what Ron's going to charge for a cab or what Buddy wants to do. At the end of the day, these people here can make 100 recommendations. Nobody's going to like them. I'm not Winston Churchill, but I think he said the best. You're not going to make happy people any of the time. So I think when it comes to debate this, I think you'll hear some seasoned people that have been at this table on both sides of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you very much, sir, to the chair. Your point is very valid that police do not, RCMP do not cooperate. I brought this point to the notice of RCMP chief once I had a meeting with him and quoted that Barrie, Ontario, the police consider taxi driver as part of their body to serve the community, and they believe him. And here, 2-3 things happened twice, thrice with me. My car was broken, and that was not believed by the RCMP, this and that. I would recommend you and others also to have a periodical meetings with the RCMP. Phil did it once he was the chief tech, and same I would advise or suggest to the, and you people should pursue it for better coordination with the RCMP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. And I'm not seeing more questions, so thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Mr. Abdi Yuki? Abdurrahman? Are you on twice? Okay, you're on twice. You're okay. Is there anyone else in the gallery that wants to speak to this? Are there any further questions from council? Councilor Stroud?
It is regarding this bylaw or general council?
No, just what we're doing, yeah, the bylaw.
Yes.
Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. These questions are to administration. Thank you, Deanne. A number of presenters had concerns with the color scheme. So it's my understanding that the chief taxi inspector has the authority to approve the color schemes for the cabs. Can I please get an understanding how this has been handled historically? Please, thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So historically, the brokerages have been able to choose a color scheme that is strictly their own. So you'll see in the community yellow cabs, white cabs, there's some black cabs. So it's really an identification factor for the brokerage. So that it's still in the bylaw, in the new vehicle for hire bylaw, 22006, that brokerages can dictate what colors they're going to use. And then other brokerages can't use those. So they would need to use a different color for the car.
So it's my understanding that some of the brokerages have up to 3 different colors and another company has up to 3 different colors. So that leaves, you know, very limited room for a new cab driver coming in to the business, from what I can understand.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, absolutely. This is a historic piece of the bylaw that we've carried forward because brokerages are mandating drivers to paint their cars that color, which can be very expensive for them as well. And then essentially they're tied to that brokerage color because repainting it would cost a lot. So that could be something that the Vehicle for Hire Committee discusses. You know, we also heard one presenter say that they like having the color because then riders can say, I lost my phone in a yellow cab or a black cab or a white cab.
Yeah, from my understanding in listening to the presenters, that they are much more in favor of a color of a cab than the decal. And I would appreciate if that did come up, if this bylaw, you know, proceeds and you get this committee going, because this has been a concern because it's a cost to these cab drivers. And the other one was, can I get an understanding of the difference in this bylaw in comparison to the previous in the rate structure?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Stroud. In the current bylaw, there is a schedule that specifies a very prescriptive rate. So in the way that you heard Mr. McNeil talk about what it would cost to go out to, Anzac or Conklin, typically it would generally be the same. Even though the bylaw doesn't support flat fares, you're driving the same road, the same distance, and each taxi company and brokerage needs to charge the exact same rate. So it's based on a lump sum for the first, I believe it's 52 meters, and then a smaller amount for every 52 meters thereafter. And then they're also entitled to charge a small amount for waiting time while the vehicle is idling. It gets more complicated when you go into, and frankly, I will go so far as to say convoluted, when you get into calculating in the rural areas. There's different zones and a map that is quite complicated. And I'll be honest, I can't even interpret how to properly calculate a rate if you're driving through multiple zones. So it's certainly not overly user-friendly. It also does contemplate a rate adjustment every year that the Vehicle for Hire or the Chief Taxi Inspector could use it's called rather than the Consumer Price Index, it's the Cost Taxi Index or something like that, and it's such a complicated mathematical formula that it's never been used by the Chief Taxi Inspector. You have to have an advanced degree in mathematics to understand how to apply these formulas. So the goal of the new bylaw is to trim down Schedule B and make it easy and clear to understand. You either get to choose to charge a flat fee, in which case you decide what it is or the brokerage decides. It just needs to be communicated to the driver before the fare is taken. The other option is to use a meter and to charge a rate. And rather than setting a specific prescribed rate, we've set a maximum ceiling so that the brokerage or the drivers can set their rates as they see fit on the meter. And so again, the maximum is, that's where you were hearing the $5. It's approximately a 30% increase based on the previous rates if a brokerage were to choose to charge the maximum.
So do you feel that this bylaw creates deregulation?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, it does not completely deregulate the industry, no. We're still regulating from a safety standpoint. That was the primary goal. But it does deregulate. I mean, if you look at the size of the previous bylaw and this one, the goal was to really consider what aspects do we need to regulate in order to keep passengers and drivers safe. It partially deregulates fares. but it does not even completely deregulate fares. I can speak to why that approach was chosen. There was a desire to continue to allow taxis to be competitive with rideshare. And so continuing to be overly prescriptive as we are in the current bylaw, or in my opinion, overly prescriptive, would be inconsistent and incompatible with the models that rideshares use. Currently, there's nothing in the bylaw allowing or disallowing rideshares from entering our market. The problem is they would basically have to operate like a taxi, and that's incompatible with the rideshare model. So the new bylaw attempts to keep the requirements of vehicles for hire and ride shares as similar as possible so that they can compete, so that taxis are still able to compete with ride shares. The last thing that we want to do is make the taxi industry feel like this is an attack on their model or on their businesses, although it is a change somewhat to the way they operate.
Okay, I just have one more question. Have we benchmarked other municipalities in having the system that we want to incorporate in this bylaw?
So through the chair to Councillor Stroud, can you clarify what you mean about benchmarking? Well, do you mean the fare schedule?
The fare schedule, yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So this fare schedule that we're putting forward is allowing the businesses or the industry, the taxi industry, to create their own rates, done in conjunction with the bylaw, ensuring that it's no more than $5. And I went over it in my presentation where there's several different things happening in Alberta and across Canada. There is some jurisdictions that don't regulate that at all. They don't regulate the fares. They allow the industry to put forward whatever they ask. And then there are others that say, here's the minimum. Our bylaw has chosen to say, here's the maximum, or you can do a flat rate. So it's really opening up the industry to be competitive. But one thing I do just want to point out as far as safety goes, even if we moved forward with an open market, we would still require a chauffeur permit so that we can ensure that the riders or the drivers are compliant with the bylaw.
So you're saying that municipalities like Edmonton, Calgary, and Red Deer are following the format that we're presenting in this bylaw?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, it's very similar.
Okay. And I guess one other question, the children's shuttle. How do we compare that as a cab?
So through the chair to Councillor Stroud, shuttle falls within the definition of a vehicle for hire. So the requirements in the bylaw that are imposed on vehicles for hire and taxis will generally also be applicable to shuttles unless there are specific exemptions. So in that table that Deanne showed initially, most of the requirements are there, except that shuttles don't require a camera. There's no camera, but they are required to follow the fare schedule. So they will typically do that through a flat rate fare.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Couple pieces of clarity, just might as well go backwards and start where you just were. So Diversified and the yellow school bus system, they have 15 passenger vans, which would be no different than this service. How are they not under the taxi bylaw? How are they different?
So through the chair to Councillor Grandison, are you able to clarify a little bit more on how Diversified is operating those shuttles? Because my understanding is, in general, they would then fall under the bylaw.
Interesting, because I believe the yellow school bus also have some 15-passenger school buses that they transport kids with.
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Grandison, schools, so there are exemptions at the beginning of the bylaw.
So could that service not be exempt if they're hauling kids?
It could. It could, if we were including that in an exemption, if you chose to. There was a decision not to do that because it operates more like a shuttle. School buses will be under, the jurisdiction of the government of Alberta, and they will set the rules and, have a contractual relationship with the school bus drivers.
Okay, so that can be explored, though. Okay.
It could be, absolutely. And in terms of diversified, there is an exemption in the bylaw where there's no fee charged, and it's used as a service that is not the primary purpose of transportation. So in general, I believe what you're referring to is the work vans where diversified drives.
Oh, but there is a fee, and it's used specifically for hauling people.
Yeah, and they have
That's exactly what it does.
Yes, they have historically been exempt from the bylaw, and I can look at the exact language in the
That's
in the
okay. We can
exemptions,
deal with that later. I just want to, and the other is just a point of clarity with the color. Back to the issue with color. So if Sun Taxi is black and gold, correct me if I'm wrong, another company can be blue and gold. Gold is not eliminated. Only the combination black and gold is eliminated. But gold completely and black completely are not eliminated. Would that not be correct? So it's not like all 6 colors in 2 cabs are completely gone from an opportunity for colors in the future. It's just the combination of colors, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I'm actually just going to get the Chief Taxi Inspector to come up and speak to that.
Okay. It's quite the kerfuffle.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, you are correct. The color schemes that are set are specific to each brokerage. We have found alternative ways to be creative, but there is still a very limited set of colors.
Correct. Fair enough. I just wanted to clarify that just because one company has 3 colors on their car doesn't eliminate those 3 colors, just that combination. The second part of that question is we within the bylaw are responding to the requirements or the requests of a brokerage for branding that they have a color, and we support that through the bylaw. But the painting and the cost of painting the vehicle goes back to the expectations of the brokerage, not the municipality. Would that also be correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, you're correct. My understanding is that the cost is actually incurred by the driver, as they are the owner of the vehicle.
But it's an expectation of the brokerage,
correct,
not the municipality or the bylaw. Thank you. I just needed that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So I wanted a clarification to know if we go by the models that we are discussing today, if rates are going to be posted. So United Cabs, Sun Taxi, everybody would know this is their rate, right? Would that be the case?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so if this bylaw were to pass tomorrow, the brokerages could choose to charge a rate within that $5 range. So they could opt to be competitive, and I believe I heard one presenter say they wouldn't go over $4.20.
Yeah.
Some might go $5. All of those would still have to flow through, if it's a taxi, would have to flow through Bylaw Services, just so we could do a meter check.
And how would the public be notified? That's what I was asking.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, so the public would be notified when they get in the cab, or if they choose to barter for a flat rate. So it's really on the consumer to ask the questions prior to taking the fare. And if this bylaw was to pass, we'll provide education to both the drivers, the brokerages, and the citizens about what it means.
Okay. And then I have a quick question about one of the amendments, that section 36 be amended by striking out with the marking at least 8 by 8 in a size no greater than 20 by 20, and substitute that in a form and size approved by Chief Taxi Inspector. How did you arrive at that change? What would that look like?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. So that's really for transportation network companies. And they have decals that go on the sides of the cars and the back of the car. And I believe they're consistent across the transportation network.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, what we heard actually in the consultation with Uber was that some of the transportation network companies already have uniform decals that they use across North America or across the province, and that those decals weren't consistent with the sizing requirement in our bylaw. And so that's why we have come back and suggested a possible second reading amendment to try to address some of the things that we did hear in the public consultation.
Yeah, thank you so much. My question is that, so the approval is dependent on the discretion of the chief tax inspector, or how are we going to get some checks and balances there?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, the chief taxi inspector would look at what the goal is of those decals, and it would be making the vehicles identifiable. So certainly the chief taxi inspector would be able to use their discretion, but that wouldn't be without any reason. So they would basically have to provide reasons. They might say, okay, well, I don't approve this decal because the font is too light and it's too small, and I don't believe that it would make your vehicle properly identifiable as being associated with the brokerage that you drive for.
Okay.
But it would, yes, the way the second reading amendment is drafted, it would leave that to the discretion of the chief taxi inspector.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Bussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to Deanne. Deanne, we heard tonight that from a few folks that maybe we didn't do a good enough job with the engagement, and certainly Phil feels that if we sent it back, there's room for improvement and maybe benefit for everybody involved, especially the fact that this is obviously impacting the livelihood of many. So my question to you is, do you feel that we could improve the bylaw that's here presently or being talked about, or do you feel that there's no opportunity to meet and further discuss this? Or any benefit, I guess, to meeting further?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I think a lot of work has gone into this bylaw. There has been a lot of time that's gone by. We started engagements in 2019. Then a lot happened in our community and the pandemic came. So I heard one presenter say that we didn't do anything. There was a lot going on for bylaw services at that time, and we didn't feel like it was the right time to bring forward this kind of a change. You know, I think as administration, we can always do better, and we always seek to do better. But if we continue to bounce this bylaw back and try to find more things that can change, small things, I don't think we're ever going to please everybody. I think at some point we just have to jump in and try something new that is opening up the opportunity for other types of transportation networks to come in. But it's not eliminating the taxi industry, but it's changing the way they do business, and I appreciate that. And I think I think the Vehicle for Hire Committee is another piece of this puzzle that will come forward if this bylaw is passed, where we can really sit and grind through some of these challenges that are faced with this new bylaw. And if something's really blatant and needs to be changed, then we come back to council and we go, hey, look, we've learned this. But at some point, the bylaw 13001 is complex. It's complicated, and it doesn't allow for much change. And if we just bring in a rates change, we're not really fixing anything. The presentation that I gave earlier showed that we have the highest rates right now in the province before we even make a rate change. And I appreciate that times are hard. Times are hard in lots of different industries as well, and they're dealing with gas prices. So how do I feel that we can do more? I think we can always do more. We can do better. Do I feel that we've done a thorough job on bringing forward something for consideration that's benchmarked other areas? I do.
Okay, so I guess here's my struggle. And again, I see it sitting on council here, and we're still doing virtual meetings, which on some of the council appointed committees, which makes no sense to me, but however, for whatever reason, we're still doing it. So you mentioned 2019, we've been in lockdown for 2 years. So I question how meaningful these engagements have been when we really haven't been able to meet in public. So when I hear Phil come up and say they weren't engaged and we think we could do better, and I struggle because, I mean, the RM's been locked down for 2 years.
So through the chair to Councillor Bussier, I'll just touch on it and then I'll turn it over to my colleague. So yes, we have been in lockdown, but when I say that we did engagement in 2019, it was a different time. We were doing face-to-face engagement. The recent engagement that we just did, starting on May 3rd, we did face-to-face. They talked about meeting in the lobby here. We actually met face-to-face with Sun Taxi. They were one of the first stakeholders that we met with. They had our legal counsel, they had our chief taxi inspector, and our communications team. We met with them face-to-face. We gave them the bylaw. We said, take this back, come back to us with feedback. Tell us what's not working. And that was one of several meetings that occurred, and I'll let Caitlin follow up on that.
So through the chair to Councillor Bussier, it isn't common that legal counsel participates in engagements, but I can say that I did participate in a number of the engagement sessions. There was, in my opinion, a very thorough plan that was put together by Deanna and Jerry through communications. And the meeting in the lobby was just one element of it. That was an open house coffee where they sat there and encouraged drivers to come and drop by if they wanted to have a conversation. And as part of that, the drivers who did want to come in were encouraged to follow up with Deanna. We made ourselves available to meet as needed. There was also a very targeted engagement that happened. So anybody that came and presented to council and spoke on Councillor Banjoko's motion, we reached out to them and invited them to a meeting with us to talk to us, to give us their feedback. This was done with Sun Taxi, for example. It was prior to first reading, a couple of days before first reading, where a draft bylaw was given. And it wasn't just Sun Taxi, it was United, it was the brokerages, it was some of the individuals who came to speak today. It was Renee Wells, who used to work for the municipality in Bylaw Services. It was individuals with, for instance, St. Aidan's Society, and that's why you'll see the proposed amendment related to drive happiness, where we realized that the exemptions in our bylaw weren't broad enough to allow that kind of program to operate. So we're suggesting that you might want to consider a second reading amendment that allows that voluntary service that would benefit seniors in our community. And then we also had Uber reach out to us. So whatever was done with the messaging, it was broad enough that Uber reached out to us and reviewed the bylaw and submitted their comments and their commentary. So, I know that I myself have actually sent emails to the Director of Communications and commended him on what a good job his staff did with this engagement. And that's just my opinion. I respect that Sun Taxi feels like we might have done better. And as Deanne pointed out, there's always more that you can do. But the reality is, once the bylaw was drafted, we're working as well with a limited timeline because we understand the urgency for their industry.
Okay, just through the chair, I guess one of my concerns is we just got this like when we sat down. So did St. Aidan's just give you this at 5 to 6 today?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, it's one of the challenges with the public hearing, as we didn't want to be perceived as attempting to influence you to make any particular decisions before the public hearing. And I accept that it is difficult for you to consider these things on the fly.
So it's just through the chair, so we couldn't have received this any earlier than 6 o'clock tonight?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussier, No, to protect the integrity of the public hearing, no, we had to provide our submissions to you in the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Dogar?
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. I just wanted to see, and I have some experience of taxi, some taste of it. This bylaw, if it is approved and fluctuation of rates, it will increase lot of altercations between the customer and the driver, and ultimately problem for the community. Already, I have seen that at night, customers after being drunk have very low endurance of arguments, and lot of fights take place, lot of hitting of the taxi drivers take place. So I would recommend to please reconsider it, and about the rates, some more deliberation is required. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for all the deliberations. I'm wondering if we've moved to the rates now or what?
No, we haven't closed the public hearing yet.
Okay.
Councilor McGrath?
Thank you. Through the chair, I know about your color schemes. I think there's, red and white for United, black and yellow for Sun, and everybody forgets about purple cabs, 743 8000. And I think that's where it all started, way back then. But I just want to commend, Scary Jerry and his crew, because this was something that I did follow. And I know that Jerry and his crew from Communications were out in this foyer. They were out in the public. And I actually seen the boys out on the taxi stands. So I don't want nobody beating up to people, because what I found in 9 years serving, you could go to everybody's house and look no further than Potomac Park. The story never changes. You got 17 people that are happy and 30 people that are pissed off. That's the way life is. So there's lots of scrutiny here on this. At the end of the day, I think you've done a good job, and I don't think anybody should really badger people. So my question is, you feel in your heart and soul you've done a good job. This is the first time that we've had anybody come before us since we had the, pandemic started. And all I hear is pandemic, but life went on. People adjusted. And tonight to hear, we're beating up the RCMP, they're good people. We're beating up our staff, yeah, they're all right too. Councillors, well, we never do anything right, but I think we have an open ear. And this evening is heavily persuaded by a couple of individuals. And the loud are here, and the people that are out there making a living, they're not. So I think, I just want to say this, is that I'm not always happy with administration, but I can tell you that the employees go to work every day, do the best they can with what they got. And in this situation, I watched it because I know that some of those guys in the back, and Lance would tell you, we've been at this since 2013 when we started at the Peter Pan with you guys, and you were on my crew.
Councilor McGrath, if you want to go to a question, we can go to a comment at the end once we close the hearing.
Yeah, I did ask a question. Do you feel if you've done everything right? What you can do?
Through the chair to Councillor McGrath, at this point, I think administration has gone through a lot of benchmarking to look at what other regions are doing to bring forward the best possible bylaw that we can for council's consideration. Do I think that things could be changed or different? We are always open to change and different items, but I do think that the Vehicle for Hire Bylaw Committee would be the right venue to try that on and to make those changes if required.
I appreciate that, because I know my folks, if they could trade me in, they wouldn't. So do I. So there's room for improvement all the time.
Thank you, Councilor McGrath. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So I wanted to know that, okay, after all said and done, this has been dragging on for some time, and each individual that spoke, they are a family and they are the breadwinners. There's no surprise that I'm a bit passionate about this. Of course, we all have equal interest for our citizens, generally speaking, and we owe them the service. So I want to know if this is all tied together or if we can be making some progress with the review that has been long overdue that we just finally got to in terms of the review of meter rates and one of the directives that we gave when this motion was passed. So if at the rate we are going, the bylaw doesn't scale through tonight, because I was hoping that maybe you can go back and fix the suggestions. And
Yeah,
am I
Councilor
going too
Bajoko, that'll be
fast?
for the after we close the hearing.
Okay.
Public hearing.
Okay. So what happens to my question?
Yeah, if you have a question about the fees, you're fine, but we can't make any amendments right now before we can close the public hearing.
Okay, so I'll wait. Thank you. I think Mayor doesn't want me to say it.
Do you have another question, Councilor Bajoko?
I almost forgot.
No?
Oh, no, I wanted to know if it's all on or none in terms of everything we're doing with the vehicle for hire today. I see that the bylaw needs to be fixed, and the administration actually came forward proactively saying a few amendments will be made. So I was hoping we could add or remove from the amendments and get that done for the next meeting or for the next reading.
So through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, there is the option once the hearing closes to pass second reading amendments that would change the bylaw before you would vote on it for second reading.
Okay.
If you feel that you're not able to do that adequately and you want some other process to happen, you could pass a resolution directing administration to do something, whether that's to go back and meet with parties or do something and come back at a future date. If you choose as council to vote down the bylaw and it doesn't pass, the status quo will remain. So the current vehicle for hire bylaw with the rates that are not satisfactory to the drivers will be the law. If you wanted to direct administration to change that, you would have to pass a resolution telling us what kind of amendment you wanted us to come to council with. And we could do that at the next council meeting. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, because there's a requirement to provide notice to the public so they can come and speak if there's a bylaw that impacts them, we can't draft that amendment and have it passed tonight. It would have to come back at a future council meeting. Does that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay.
I would too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Dogar?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Madam, for the last, I think, 9 years, there has not been increase in the rates where we see the inflation, see the quantum of the business which has gone down. The position is very terrible with the drivers. About 400 of my colleagues have left this town. And these who are here are entrenched here because of their family positions. I mean, daughter is working, son is working because of some reasons. and they are interdependent to keep their living. Otherwise, they cannot do it. So the most important, and seeing the time period that wasted not to increase it, today at least, sir, the rate should be increased, enhanced, and the remaining things can be postponed or second reading, what all you feel is okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Just a question, how many taxi companies do we have in the RMWB?
Through the chair to the chair, there's 8 brokerages in the community. There's 262 chauffeurs and 173 vehicle for hire licenses as of today.
Okay, and we heard from 5 different organizations today.
Through the chair to the chair, I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you. And if there's no other questions of administration or any comments of council, I'll declare the public hearing now closed. And coming out of the public hearing, we now have second and third readings of bylaw number 22/006, vehicle for hire bylaw for council's consideration, following which we'll then move the second and third readings of bylaw number 22/007, fees, rates, and charges bylaw amendment. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading of bylaw 22/006, vehicle for hire bylaw? Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 22/006 being the vehicle for hire bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councilor Benjoko?
I second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any other comments of council? And are there any other amendments? This is what we have.
Mayor Bowman, if I may just clarify, so the amendments that administration submitted during the public hearing is not already included as part of the bylaw that's before you. If council chooses to see any of these proposed second reading amendments come forward, now's the time to present that amendment or those amendments. Just wanted to clarify process. Thank you.
Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just for clarity, Jade, can I speak to the entire package or to each specific amendment?
Thank you. And through the chair to Councilor Grandison, it would be each specific amendment.
The entire page or just the bottom part?
If you were to put the amendment forward, the wording at the bottom part is what you would read aloud for the record.
All right, then. Like to put a motion for the amendment. 1 first, that section 5 be amended by striking out, or at the end of clause D, the striking out, at the end of clause E, adding or, at the end of clause E, and adding the following clause E. And then is it F, a vehicle or class of vehicle designated as exempt by the chief taxi inspector? Did that okay? All right. Moving on to the second amendment. 1, that section 16 be amended by A, striking out 6 months and substituting 12 months. B, striking out clause, I got a line through it. Is that an A? Somebody?
Councilor Grandison, I think we'll vote on each amendment.
Oh, do we have to do them one at a time?
Well, I think we probably should. We have several here, so it might.
Carry on bravely, Mr. Mayor. I've therefore made amendment the first one.
Okay, thank you. And can I get a seconder for Councilor Grandison's amendment? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll second the motion.
And just to clarify, council through the chair, this amendment is with respect to the drive happiness and to allow that exemption under the bylaw, just to clarify that on the record for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And all in favor of the drive happiness amendment? Opposed? vote, Lance? Can we vote all in who's in favor again, please? It's unanimous.
Favor
Yeah,
of
that's
the amendment?
all in favor. Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Councilor Grandison, back to your amendments.
Speaking to it? I think it speaks to itself.
No, I think.
I'll
go
carry
to
on with the next one
amendment.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you there, Mr. Mayor. All right. That section 1.6 be amended by A, striking out 6 months and substituting 12 months. B, striking out clause A and substituting A, a vehicle for hire providing a designated driving service, or, and 2, that section 17 be amended by A, striking out 6 months and substituting 12 months, B, striking out clause A and substituting A, a vehicle for hire providing a designated driving service, or. There we go.
Can I have a seconder for that motion? And I'm not getting a second for that motion.
People don't understand it.
For clarity, if we don't get a seconder, the motion won't proceed, just for clarity.
Okay, was there any other motion, any other amendments you want to make, Councilor Grandison?
Yes, amendment. 1, that section 23 be amended by striking out clause C and substituting C, not use a cellular, telephone, or other handheld electronic device or wireless electronic device while transporting a passenger except for the visual use in a hands-free mode or in an emergency.
And can I have a seconder, Councilor Benjoko?
I second that motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
Carry on. 1, that section 30 be amended by A, at clause C and D by striking out where the vehicle for hire is a taxi or accessible taxi and substituting where the vehicle for hire is a transportation network vehicle, taxi, or accessible taxi. And B, at clause K by striking out and at the end of clause K and substituting with except for a vehicle for hire providing a designated driving service and. That's a mouthful.
Yeah, if you can clarify that.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and through the chair, just to clarify for everyone, this amendment would be with respect to requiring transportation network vehicles to be equipped with a camera, just for clarity.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, Councilor Benjoko?
I second that motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And all in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you.
And moving right along, Amendment 1, that Section 36A be amended by striking out with marking at least 8 centimeters times 8 centimeters in a size no greater than 20 centimeters by 20 centimeters in size and substituting in a form and size approved by the taxi inspector.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion?
For clarity, Mr. Mayor, members of council, through the chair, if I may, this amendment is with respect to removing the sizing requirement for transportation network vehicles and instead makes it subject to the approval of the chief taxi inspector for the decals that are used. So that's what this amendment would do, should it be considered and seconded.
I'll second that motion, Councilor Grandison.
Just clarity on that once again, of the actual organization, so a rideshare company, that their decal would be used. Is that what you're referring to? So instead of it being something we design, it's to allow the decal that's actually identifying, say, Uber, for example, to use their actual Uber sticker rather than us telling them what kind of sticker to use.
Can I ask administration to answer that, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that is correct.
Okay, all in favor?
Oh, I didn't know we had it seconded.
I second. Yeah. I seconded it, so all in favor? 1, 2, 4. And against? 2, 3. So that's carried. 4 to 3. Yep. 4 to Thank you, Councillor Grandison.
Amendment 1, that section 74 be amended by A, striking out the "and" at the end of clause D, bracket 2, and repealing clause E and substituting the following. E, proof in the form satisfactory to the chief taxi inspector that the applicant has a physical place of doing business in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, and F, any other information required by the taxi inspector.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Can I have a seconder? Yeah, could I get administration to give us clarity on this amendment?
Through the chair to the chair. Oh, thank you, Kate.
To the chair, one of the things that we did hear from a number of local companies was that they believe it's very important to have a physical office in the region. So this requirement would make brokerages be required to have a physical office in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. Would also assist with enforcement.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Banjoko?
Oh, I had a...
Oh, you have a question?
I needed a clarification of
Okay,
the F
go ahead.
part, which any other information required by the chief taxi inspector doesn't, I don't know what that means. It's too vague, doesn't, gives an open, endless open check. Thank you.
So through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, that clause is actually already in the bylaw, but because we're renumbering it, it's been re-included in the way that you read the second reading amendment. What that requirement is, it relates to what a brokerage needs to do when it applies for a brokerage license. And it lists a number of things that the brokerage must provide to the chief taxi inspector. So this is consistent with what is in the current bylaw, and it was sort of brought over to this bylaw. The final requirement is up to the discretion of the chief taxi inspector. So it's not common that the chief taxi inspector would impose additional requirements, but there may be certain instances where they choose to do so. Does that answer your question?
A little bit it does. The first part is clear and of course necessary, but the second part is just what I wasn't clear about. As long as we have a consistent way of doing business, then that's good, not random.
Yes, and through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, if the chief taxi inspector imposed some requirement that didn't make sense, there is a process in the bylaw for where a refusal to issue a permit occurs, there is a process for the brokerage to seek a review. And so that review would then go up to the chief bylaw officer. And so all of the information would go then to Deanne, and Deanne would then issue either support the decision of the chief taxi inspector or substitute it with a new decision. So where the discretion is exercised by the chief taxi inspector, it's not without certain limits.
Okay, thank you.
So for that place of business, we have a seconder for Councillor Grandison's motion. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I'll second that motion.
Thank you. And all in favor?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, before council goes ahead and votes, Councillor Dogar has stepped out of the room, so my recommendation would be that council take just a pause without leaving seats in the chamber and recessing until Councillor Dogar returns for the vote.
Okay, thank you. If you could, Seal Brown, if you could recap what we're voting on for Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, through the chair. Councillor Dogar, for your awareness, the motion has been put on the floor by Councillor Grandison and seconded by Councillor Stroud to make an amendment that would require an applicant for a brokerage license to provide proof that they maintain a physical place of doing business inside our region, so a local office. So that's the motion that's before council for consideration at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any other amendments at this time? I'm not seeing any. Are there any other comments or debate from council? So I'll call for a vote with the amendments. All in favor? Two, three. And opposed? Two. But weird. Yeah, so the second read's carried with 2 opposed. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 22/006 be read a third and final time.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. And I'll call for a vote. All in favor? 2, 3, 5. And opposed? That's carried with 2 opposed. Moving on to bylaw number 22/007, fees, rates, and charges bylaw number 21/019 amendment. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community Protective Services, to introduce the bylaw.
Bylaw 22/007 is an amendment to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw to accompany the Vehicle for Hire bylaw 22/006. With the new vehicle for hire bylaw, there's an introduction of the transportation network companies and transportation network vehicles, which are required to be licensed, and as such, a fee for both must be added to the fees, rates, and charges bylaw. As well, the new vehicle for hire bylaw 22006 provides an incentive for accessible taxis by waiving the $500 fee. This will need to be changed in the bylaw. The other fees in the vehicle for hire bylaw 22006 were not amended. Administration is recommending that the bylaw 22007, being a bylaw to amend the fees, rates, and charges bylaw number 21019, be read a second time.
Are there any questions from council? Can I have someone make the motion for a second reading of bylaw number 22/007, fees, rates, and charges bylaw amendment? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 22/007, being a bylaw to amend the fees, rates, and charges bylaw number 21/019 be read a second time.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any questions of council? Or debate points? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the third reading? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 22/007 be read a third and final time. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder?
Second it.
Councillor Dogar?
I second it.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Are there any questions of council? Or debate points? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I don't have any debate points. I just needed clarity on what, Deanne, what you were proposing there. Was that to waive the $500 fee?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. For the accessible taxi, we are proposing that we waive the $500 fee.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Are there any other questions of council? I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously. And the public hearing on the bylaw number 22/005, road closure of undeveloped laneway within Block 2, Plan 198 AS. I hereby declare the public hearing open. As a reminder, a public hearing is a legislative process in making a decision on a proposed recommendation. Council can only consider information received through the hearing. I'd like to invite Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development, to provide an introduction and opening statement.
Good evening, Mayor and esteemed members of council. For the record, my name is Brad McMurdo, the Director of Planning and Development, and joining me this evening is Michael Ircandia, Manager of Land Administration. We are here this evening to present the council report for Bylaw 22/005, which seeks council approval for the closure of an undeveloped laneway adjacent to the Noral Toyota dealership. In 2020, Noral Toyota submitted a request to Land Administration to purchase portions of municipal lots surrounding their property. In order to process the requested land sale, and in accordance with the Municipal Government Act, the undeveloped laneway must be closed by bylaw, and a public hearing must be held prior to proceeding further with any discussions regarding the disposal of land. If council supports the road closure, it would then allow administration to explore options for consolidation with the abutting parcels. Before I conclude my presentation, I'd like to mention that this presentation and the request is limited to the road closure itself. In order to maintain the integrity of process, we're not able to discuss future real estate transactions or how land will be allocated in the future resulting from the road closure should it be supported. We have had preliminary conversations with the abutting landowners with respect to the road closure. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Brad. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So I was reviewing the map, and so the portion of land next to the highway, does it stay as green space?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. The green is demarcating municipal land. So it will, portions of it will remain in the future. Norel has, like I said, sought to purchase some municipal land. So in order for that to be accommodated, we need to close the road that kind of goes the length of the property.
Yes, I saw the road. I just was hoping that, you know, we would have the green space next to the highway. That's just what I'm looking at, because I see your, you know, the marks there, and I read your diagrams. So, and I know it's municipal land, but it's a
through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So sorry, I thought you meant the colors on the actual map itself. You mean the actual physical green space abutting the roadway. I'm colorblind, so
it's going to stay there. Okay.
So the green space itself, flanking the roadway, will remain.
Thank you. And is the road closure sold at a nominal fee?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, the intent is to have the road closure appraised, so fair market value.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
And is it fair to say that calling it a road closure is kind of extreme to the size of the parcel? It's not really a road. It's more of a term to open it up to the public for sale?
To your worship, that's correct. It is I'll say a strip of land. It's certainly not a road by any stretch of the imagination. More like a laneway. Maybe doesn't have physical access either. So yes, it was probably an overstatement, but consistent with verbiage used in our group.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear to the public that we're not closing a road to Norel Toyota. Perfect. Thank you. Do you have any other questions from council? Do we have any written submissions?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no written submissions for the record. Thank you.
And verbal submissions? There's one. So thank you, Brad and Michael. Keith Smith? Simpson, sorry. We won't call Keith Smith up just yet. Where's? There you go. Thank you.
How's that? A little better? Once again, here to talk to you guys about the laneway that runs adjacent to Highway 63 in Norel Toyota. One of the reasons this is becoming a little bit of a problem for us is, I'm sure all of you know, that we're proceeding currently building a brand new dealership downtown. Building the new dealership presents a lot of challenges when it comes to corporate images and things like that. As we open the new dealership, we're going to be doing a very large renovation on the existing property that's in question at this point. So we need to expand a little bit to make this work for Toyota, for the Toyota's image, for Norel's image, and I firmly believe for the Wood Buffalo image as well. As it stands right now, the laneway is completely undeveloped, and it's not maintained. It's completely unmaintained as well. So our intent is going to be to pave a small section of that, mark it off, keep it all clean and tidy, and we're going to be using that somewhat for some recycling to improve our business and improve the community downtown.
Thank you, Keith. Do you have any questions?
No, sir.
I'm not seeing any from council either. So thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Are there any other further questions of council, of administration? And does administration have anything further to add?
To your worship, no, we don't. Thank you.
Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just wanted to know how the value is determined at 0 or something.
I don't think we're discussing the value of the land right now, but if, Brad, if you can answer that question.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, the mayor is correct. We're not able to speak to specific values, but what I will comment on is the land will be appraised. So we'll hire a professional appraiser to assess the value and provide us with a report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Benjoko. Not seeing any further, I'll now declare the public hearing closed. Coming out of public hearing, we'll now have a second and third readings of bylaw number 22/005 for council's consideration. Could I have someone make the motion for the second reading? Councilor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 22/005 being a bylaw to close the remainder of an undeveloped laneway within Block 2, Plan 198AS be read a second time.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councilor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council followed by debate points? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Councilor Dogar? All in favor? Try one more time. Thank you. It's carried unanimously. Can someone make a motion for the third reading? Councilor Ball?
I move that bylaw number 22/005 be read a third and final time.
I can have a seconder for that. Councilor Benjoko?
I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council followed by debate points? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? Not seeing any. It's carried unanimously. Moving on, new business. We have a report for capital budget amendments. I'd like to invite Lori Farquharson, the new Chief Financial Officer, to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Lori Farquharson, Chief Financial Officer. Administration is submitting one capital budget project for your consideration and approval. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget as per the provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Policy, FIN 160. This capital budget amendment will result in a net increase to the capital budget and plan in the amount of $1,225,000. Funds will be drawn from the Capital Infrastructure Reserve. The amendment is seeking funding for items that were initially thought to fall under the maintenance activities funded by the annual operating budget, which were later deemed to be capital in nature. Administration is recommending that the 2022 capital budget amendment, as summarized on Attachment 1, 2022 capital budget amendment, new project, dated June 14th, 2022, be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects, as summarized on Attachment 2, 2022 capital budget amendment, new project cash flow summary, dated June 14th, 2022, be approved. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lori. Do we have any delegates for this item?
No delegates, Your Worship.
Do we have any questions of council? I'm not seeing any, but, sorry, Councilor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know if the 1.22 is a guesstimate or an estimate based on an RFP, or where are we with this stage?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, we do have an actual estimate based on an RFP.
Thank you. Just to be sure that we won't get 1.4, 1.6 at the end of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Can I have someone make the motion? Councilor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the 2022 capital budget amendment as summarized on attachment 1, brackets 2022 capital budget amendment, new project dated June 14th, 2022, out of brackets, be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on attachment 2, in brackets 2022 capital budget amendment, new project, project cash flow summary dated June 14th, 2022, out of bracket, be approved.
Thank you. Can I have someone second the motion? Councilor Ball?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, everyone, for participating in tonight's council meeting. Go home, drive safe, stay dry. This meeting's adjourned.